Well, hold on. Hello, there we go. Hello, welcome to another episode of The Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Make some noise, clap it up, get excited wherever you want. Good gosh, my plug fell out my computer to the mic, so no wonder y'all couldn't hear me. But hey, we back on this Thursday afternoon, and we got so much to discuss in the world of boxing today. Yes, indeed, we have, again, one of the bigger cards of this year, finally on the precipice of reality with Sheeraz versus Berlanga and Shakur versus the payday happening today. We're going to have some more talk about that card. We're going to have some talk about the recent, sound bites that we've seen from Shakur Stevenson in interviews leading up to this fight. Not just about the fight itself, but also about Brian Oman Jr. versus Devin Haney. Hey, he gave his opinion on that, as well as also talking about the legends of the past and the greatness or potentially lack thereof in the likes of a Sugar Ray Robinson, which, again, oh my goodness, my word, something I never thought I would hear from somebody as knowledgeable and as much of a technical savant as Shakur Stevenson. But again, we're going to address that as well as so much more on this show. We got a lot to talk about, short amount of time to do it. So again, quick intro, leave a like on the stream if you're already here. Comment your thoughts and opinions on whatever you want to discuss in the show, and we can put it right here on the screen for you all to be seen, just like with Miss Queen. Hey, how you doing? Good morning, Miss Queen. Thanks for tuning in. So glad that you're here. So glad that we got some time to talk, and hey, we're going to have a lot to discuss absolutely on this show. Also, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already and hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on this show, as well as be sure to share the show with everybody that you know so we can build up this empire together and make this thing bigger and better and grander for all of us. Because again, we building this thing together. We making this work. It's a community. We gonna be the hottest thing in all of sports media. And I can't do this without you. So I appreciate all the support, all the love, and trust me, we're gonna keep growing and grinding all with your support backing me. So tell everybody to join the empire. Tell them to become some soldiers to be able to build up this thing brick by brick and take by take. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna learn. We're gonna laugh. And hey, we're gonna do it in style. Because that's all we do. Everything is excellence right here on the Welch. Also, we're available on every podcasting platform, Apple, Spotify, you name it, we're there. If we're not, tell us, we'll get there, absolutely. And if you want to support the show while we're eking up to monetization, oh yes indeed, it's on the way. It's on the way. We got what, less than 100 hours left before we can get super chats. We're about to hit that 3,000 hour watch mark. We getting there. Oh, we almost there. But y'all keep watching, we can hit it. But since we don't got it right now, if you want to support the show, Cash App, PayPal, links in the description as well. If anybody wants to go and support anything we'll do, if you do give, please say it in the chat. Say how much you gave so I can give you acknowledgement, check it and validate it, and then give you your props and your just due. Because hey, I want to make sure I don't miss nobody. Absolutely. But with all that being said, we got a show to do. We got boxing to cover first and foremost. And since we're talking about boxing, oh, it's time to step into the ring. That's right. Ring the bell. Let's get it started. Round one of this show going underway. As we have to discuss again with, I guess we can start with the fight in and of itself before we get into the things with Shakur Stevens. Some concerns that I've had more recently when we look at the fight of Berlanga versus Sheeraz. And again, as you can see, I forgot that I hit the wrong thing. Shoot, this title card was supposed to be up, not the actual topic of the show. But either way, you see one of the topics we're going to hit is Shakur dissing everybody. We're going to hit that. But hey, that's the meeting, but that's one of the more heavier stuff. So we're going to say that for the second portion of this show. First portion we're going to do is, yep, that's the one. After Berlanga versus Sheeraz, some things have shifted in my mind when it comes to how this fight is going to go. And now I got some real concerns with the likes of Sheeraz, though he seems like the big kahuna coming into this fight and should be better, more equipped, and physically more dominant than he was at 160 with claims of him being weight drained. So hey, we gotta have a real conversation now. Because as much of a improvement as we expect to see on the likes of Sheeraz, and again, I have Berlanga winning, yes, but I'm starting to think this fight might not be as close as some people may be having it to be. Still gonna be a knockdown drag-out brawl. Still gonna be a very dangerous affair on both ends. But I'm starting to think there's more reason why Sheeraz might not be able to win this fight. At least for me. In my humble experience. But let me see. Hold on, before I even continue. Justice Kemp, what's good with you? Hold on. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you are here tuning in on today. I'm glad y'all are here on Thursday. I'm glad. Shoot, I'm just glad that I got some energy. I'm telling you, yesterday I'm not gonna lie, I was drained. I was really drained. But today, hey, I got it in me today. So gonna make it do what it do. But again, real quick, let's talk boxing. Sheeraz versus Berlanga. Concerns for him versus one of the more heavy-handed and how do we say unpredictable type of fighters in Edgar Berlanga, from the sense of we don't know if we get a Berlanga that can give Canelo a respectable run for his money, or a Berlanga that really has not improved all that much. We don't know which one we're going to get. But let's say hypothetically we get the best of the best. We get the Berlanga that shows up on against Canelo, going up against Sheeraz. Well, I already said he was going to be able to lose. Understand him. Now, the biggest thing that I think going and rewatching, excuse me, going and rewatching that fight with Berlanga versus Canelo, I am scared that, similar to what we see with Carlos Adames, or even on a more detrimental scale, how does Sheeraz adapt to being on the back foot against somebody that can really pop against him? That's what I'm concerned about. I'm so serious. Also, don't forget, I almost forgot to say, we got the Ring Magazine, on Ring Magazine, we got the press conference coming up also, which we need to discuss. We're also going to talk about the Katie Taylor, Men's Serrano, big, mega, arguably the best women's boxing card in history on Netflix this weekend. Same weekend as this card with Berlanga and Sheeraz, Shakur and Zepeda. So we're going to, again, later on in the show, we're going to have a lot to discuss. But I don't know how Sheeraz can fare when he fights on the back foot, though he got all that length and strength. I am very scared of how this buddy's going to be able to adapt, let alone be dominant, if he cannot show himself as a physical threat in this fight. And by physical threat, I mean, yes, he's always going to be big. But I'm talking about if he can't utilize that strength, similar to what he did against Carlos Adames. But on a scale of now, instead of somebody just slipping and moving and getting out the way, blocking your shots as they're coming in on the inside, with that cross guard that he had and all that stuff that we saw Adames use, if we see that on a legitimate one-to-one physical sense, hey man, Berlanga's using brute force to get through to you, and you can't do anything about it. I'm concerned. I'm really concerned. Because something's telling me that Sheeraz off the back foot, but he is not as polished as some people may fail, or some people may see, or some people may fail to see. He's not as comfortable, let alone he's not able to operate in the same way. And in close range, again, you take away that length, you take away that reach, take away that 75-inch jab and that straight right hand when he's able to come forward and have distance to really load up and explode with. Now, what can he do on the inside? What can he do with the inside work, the short shots, uppercuts and hooks when you ain't got nothing but 2 inches of space? When you are forced to have to throw combinations without the means of a comfortable range to really get your torque, get your leverage, and you got to work on, okay, from here to here, how do I get power and speed while still being able to recover just like that immediately? That's where I don't know Chavez can really work on a dominant level, potentially against Berlanga. Because again, we can't forget the power of Chavez is not as, well, I don't want to say it's not as destructive, because he's a big puncher. But Berlanga has won against Canelo. And Berlanga has come out the other side with Canelo. Berlanga got knocked down with a shot that honestly should have knocked him out. Let's be real. That shot that Berlanga, or that Berlanga got caught with against Canelo when he got countered, when Canelo had thrown a hook to the body, and then he had, made the read, and then boom, Canelo changed the angle on a hook that looked the same and came up top to the head and caught Berlanga flush. And again, I thought Berlanga was out. But the fact that he got up and was able to be still great coming up, or as the fight went on, actually putting on a respectable performance. Hey, shows his chin, shows his toughness, shows he's got some more in him than I expected. Chavez already dealt with somebody that could take his shots like Carlos Adames, again, who was using a lot more, head moving and defense, but still, when Adames got caught clean, you saw what happened. Wasn't really effective, and still he wasn't able to go and pivot into, okay, let me still get control when my power ain't enough, let alone when I can't land them. And so it's a two-pronged street. On top of the performance of Carlos Adames being a real, I don't want to call it an eyesore, because again, Adames is a great fighter, but a real fixture in the minds of people of weight drained or not, if you want to have that argument. Still, Chavez ain't look great. Chavez ain't look as good as he could be. And again, that's showing the replay right now on the press conference of that fight with Adames. As you can see, when Chavez had to fight on the back foot, when he couldn't fight coming forward, all of a sudden there was a lack, not just of, not a lack of activity, it was still activity, but there was a lack of substantive activity. Because again, he is uncomfortable. I'm not gonna call him Bambi, because it ain't like he got bad feet, but the brother still, he's not as, it's not as fluid, confident, dominant, and or effective. When he got somebody that can actually stand up to him and won't allow the pressure that he normally brings to the table to be the thing that dictates the fight. And if anything, they dictated themselves. So there's some real concerns for like Chavez versus Berlanga. There's some real concerns that Chavez, it might not be that this brother was weight drained at 168 or at 160 as the reason why he was struggling in his last fight. Though he's a big guy, he might have actually been weight drained. Might not have been because of that. Might have been because that's a flaw. That's a big flaw. That's a huge flaw that somebody like Berlanga can exploit. Can definitely exploit, can explode him and absolutely crack him. And mind you, Sheeraz could take the shots of Carlos Adames. Understandable. And there's some great respect to that. But this ain't Adames when it comes to punching power. Regardless of what we want to say about Berlanga, the knockout streak that ended and all that stuff, he still is a good puncher. He is a better puncher than the likes of Carlos Adames. He is a stronger fighter with, as we saw against Canelo, at least as tough of a chin and durability. physically he can, if when he gets to his range, if again he fights at his best, he can hurt you. And he's got deceptively the hand speed to be able to actually get to you. He's got the hand speed to crack you before you're able to react. In some cases, this case being one of them, going up against Sheeraz if he gets on the inside. I'm serious. Again, going back and rewatching that Canelo fight. Berlanga's hand speed, surprisingly, was not as slow as I last remember. So this is a real danger. It's a real concern. Again, I got Berlanga winning, but I don't think it's going to be as close of a fight as I at least initially thought going into this. Because I thought it was close, competitive, two names going up against each other. Two people that winner of this gets Canelo. Berlanga wins this, he gets a shot at Canelo again. Sheeraz wins this, he gets a shot at Canelo after Canelo fights against Terence Crawford. Potentially win, lose, or draw. Unless it's just the winner for whoever wins the title. And if that's the case, then it would be Sheeraz versus Terence Crawford. If Crawford won, or Berlanga versus Crawford if Crawford won, regardless of which. Whatever the way this fight goes, somebody's getting a shot at the title. At least per what Turkey Al Sheik's saying. So, this is big ramifications. But I don't think it's going to be a close fight. I really don't. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I am wrong, I am wrong. But I really don't think this is going to be it'll be a competitive fight. But I don't think it's going to be as close as people may realize. And so you might want to watch out for that. At least in my humble opinion. But now, as we go into the meat and potatoes of this topic, now we go back to the biggest point of the day, which is Shakur Stevenson dissing everybody. My gosh. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Now, why would you say that? Why is this topic attention? Well, again, this is on the same card as Berlanga versus Sheeraz. This is the co-main event. Some people feel it should be the main event. In their eyes, understandable. But still, when we're looking at how this, not just with the in-ring ability of the fighters at hand, but also with the out of ring inclinations that we've seen from these fighters, Shakur Stevenson made some very, and I mean very, do we call it volatile? I think we call it volatile. I think volatile is the right word. Has made some very volatile statements in the landscape of the boxing ethos. Not just when it comes to his own personal viewpoints, but also when it comes to like other fights as well, beyond this fight with Williams Cepeda. Like which, Shakur versus Brian Inoue Jr. Or not Shakur, excuse me. Devin Haney versus Brian Inoue Jr. His thoughts on that fight when it comes to who can win and why. And let me see if I can pull it up right now. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on, talk on. Actually, no. Actually, before I get to that clip, my bad, I'm so sorry. Before I get to that clip, we're talking about him dissing people. Let's go to his take about pound for pound and who he feels is a top 3 pound for pound fighter and who isn't a top 3 pound for pound fighter in his eyes. Let me get the clip ready. Hold on. There we go. Okay, we got it now. Yeah. And let's see exactly what Shakur Stevenson has to say on the matter of pound for pound.
Not Inoue. A lot of people have Inoue up there.
I just think with Inoue, he kind of he had that one fight with Cool Boy Steph, and he did good that fight. He looked good, but then after that fight, I just felt like they crucified me for like fighting no name fighters and people that people don't know. I felt like he kind of done the same thing. So
not Inoue. A lot of people have Inoue up there.
Now hold on. Wait, okay. Shut up, Ariel Hawani. With all due respect, but now when you hear stuff like that, when you see stuff like that, when you have instances like that, that is, excuse me? Wait a minute.
Hey, look at this. We got the problem.
Wait a second.
We got the problem.
Hold on now. What do you mean? What do you mean? You think that Inoue hasn't done a whole bunch at all? Mind you, this is one of the more, in terms of Shakur, he's accomplished in his own way. Shakur is right that he's had some stuff about his career being said as he hasn't fought nobody, which again is a bold-faced lie for anybody that feels that way, because Shakur has indeed fought a litany of great talent. He was going to fight Floyd Schofield as well, and we saw what Schofield did to Tevin Farmer, and we now see that brother as elite. Shakur was going to fight him first, and Schofield got sick. So he had to fight Josh Pally, and all of a sudden they're saying, "Oh, he ain't fought nobody. Oh, Pally's a bum. Pally was just a shill, or whatever the word they be saying." So he's right. Shakur has been unfairly he's been unfairly criticized about how his career has gone. But at the same time, brother, you cannot be that stupid to talk about the likes of Inoue and say that this cat hasn't done anything and ain't fought nobody on his resume. It's one of the most, again, it's surprising for me coming from Shakur Stevenson, because it wasn't just that he also said, this brother was also going off when we talk about legends, when we talk about the greatness of the sport, when we talk about some of the most pivotal figures that have graced and laid the groundwork for the likes of this boxing tenure. This brother had this to say as well. If I can hold on before I play it. Before I play it. Hold on. I'm gonna get there. I got there. There we go. My bad. I'm sorry. But yeah, here. Listen to this. Shakur doesn't believe Sugar Robinson is one of the top 5 greatest boxers of all time.
Sugar Ray Robinson. That's great.
I ain't even see that.
I YouTubed him, nigga. I YouTubed him. He on YouTube. Check the YouTube.
He was buns.
Nah, it's like
buns. He was buns.
Sugar Ray Robinson is buns. No, you're wildin'. We're not standing for that.
Buns.
Listen, it's like this. It's like
boxing has evolved, bro.
It has, but I'm saying
and Sugar Ray Robinson didn't even know how to pick his hands up.
Hold up, it's
Go
like
watch
this.
him fight Jake LaMotta. He was hitting that nigga with non-stop hooks. Over and over.
But you're not counting like this. That's like saying Wilt Chamberlain. That's like saying Wilt Chamberlain. Sugar Ray Robinson.
Look, man, I don't get this. I don't get this. Why?
We got some problems here.
For one of the greatest technicians and minds from the sense of, from one of the greatest minds and technical boxers that boxing had, that we have in the modern day today, knowing who he has studied, know who he has modeled his game after, the reference that he has for Floyd and others who are great, how can he say this with a straight face and be legitimate? I don't get this. This is a contradictory thing to everything, at least from a boxing sense, that I knew about Shakur Stevenson. But this is stupid in the biggest of lights. Let me see what J Riggs says. Also, J Riggs, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning into the show. So glad that you are here with us today. What you got to say on today? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Shakur showing signs of pain in his hands. When he took off the gloves after training, he was clenching. Doesn't look good for him. What? Now, shoot. If that's the case, again, this is, I mean, my gosh. Lord. He's, earlier than Floyd, he's going to be a Floyd Mayweather. Because I thought his hands had gotten surgery. I thought his hands had gotten better. I thought both of them now were in the right standing. But now, if that's the case, then that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. This is going to be, this fight with Zepeda gets really interesting. For who can win and how it can win. But again, we're going to touch on that absolutely more so. If, again, with them Winston, with his hands and all that stuff. We're going to touch on that, J Riggs, absolutely. But at the same time, hold on, wait, we got more people coming in. Like Albert Real. Hey, brother, what's good with you? How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you came through on today. Inoue said he ain't moving up. He's staying at the weight he at. Lighter than Espinosa. There's really not much at Inoue weight as champion. Only him. Shakur is way too heavy. Inoue is 122 to 125. Shakur is 135. Shakur gonna win no problem. Now, mind you, They're not going to fight each other. Okay, let's pump the brakes now. They're not going to fight each other. They're not going to fight each other. And again, we have reported on Inoue and his weight limit before on the show with him. He's going to move up to 126 because that's what he wanted to do. He said that publicly. However, that's the last weight class he's going to move up to. Afterwards, he's going back down. He said he was going to stay at 122 for as long as he can, up until, okay, I'm moving up to 126 because he's still looking for the Junto Nakatani fight. And hypothetically, if we see Ben Rodriguez move up even quicker, we can see that fight also happen with him as well. So we have covered the game plan, or rather the career path that Inoue has put out for the public to know. Understandable. So Shakur and them, they ain't gonna fight each other. We get it. Absolutely. We're not looking for them to fight each other. But this is just ridiculous in terms of the sentiments both for Inoue and Sugar Ray Robinson. Because somebody's got to set this stuff right. Because this just is absolutely wrong. This can make people that don't know who Sugar Ray is, but it's going to make them think that, what the world? Yeah. He's just a old head who just, he paved the way, but he wasn't really all that good. Are you stupid if you really do believe that? Because that is the most ridiculous statement I've ever seen. But we'll talk about the Inoue one first, because let me go back to your previous comment. He says saying in weight, there ain't much at Inoue's weight as champion, only him. You have to understand why that's the case. It's not just because, there's a lack of talent. No. From 115 to 126, 115 to 130, there is a bevy, I mean a bevy of phenomenal fighters and talent laden throughout the entirety of that division. Because at the smaller divisions, it has been a staple that there are always warriors from every walk of life that have every tool set that we ask other fighters to have. They have speed. They can't have pop. If they ain't got pop, they got durability. Or they got good defense. You have every walk of style, brawler, boxer, counterpuncher, in-box or in-fighter, out-fighter. All of them. It's a phenomenal division. And they always get busy. And everybody fights everybody genuinely at those smaller weight classes. I'm serious. Many people don't know about the names because they don't follow them. Because like most people say, they don't follow or they don't keep up with, they don't care about the little guys. They don't care about the small fighters. They don't see them as, I don't know why. I want to see people get knocked out, heavy hitters, big punchers and all that stuff. Though there are a litany at 122, 118, 115, but people just don't know. They don't know because they don't keep up with them. That's why. And again, I'm not trying to, how dare you? But like, that's the truth. But if you but we on this community, we've kept up with this, and we've kept up with what he's done throughout the division. This brother won. Was it a super? No. Y'all remember when Inoue first popped on the scene and he won the Muhammad Ali trophy and the title at the same time against Nonito Donaire, who had a resurgence from his Hall of Fame career and was looking like the old Nonito Donaire, and he beat him in that fight of the year in the finals. He had to go through the rest of the division to get to that. Literally, he was only the best of the best at bantamweight. And he went through it and beat him. Insane. Started that road to dominance, where he was already dominant coming up from even smaller weight class. But he cleaned out 118. I don't think you understand. There were a bevy of fighters at 118. He cleaned them out. There was a litany of fighters at 120, starting at the top with Stephen Fulton, and he beat Fulton first. Then he beat Marlon Tapales. Then he beat Louis Neary. He was going to fight Sam Goodman twice, who was another top 5 to top 10 ranked fighter, but both times he got cut and got hurt, so he couldn't fight. But he's gone through 1 through 5, top to bottom, and beat every single relevant challenger in every single division he's been in. There's nobody left because I killed them all. Do you understand that? There's no more sheep because a wolf ate them all. There are no more kingdoms because I rule every single kingdom. I am the kingdom. The Roman Empire, when they were marching through the Eastern world, going up and just gobbling up every single empire and nation that they could. But they became it. And one more time, they became it. Genghis Khan. The reason why there was nobody else to really challenge him for so long is because he beat everybody he went against. He dominated everybody. The best of competition, he took out. So like, oh, why can't nobody beat? Why couldn't nobody stop Khan? Brother, because they tried. Again, I'm not calling him a good or bad guy. I'm saying off of what he's done, the dominance. He went like the best of the best, tried to get him, and they failed. They beat him. Or he beat them. And now who else is left? Who else is left? Because I've killed every giant that's in this vicinity. And I did it when I moved up. And I did it when I moved up again. And I did it when I moved up again. Ridiculous. The same way. Like he did it with the same outcome. I knocked you out against every single relevant challenger. So when you say that there's no names, there are names. He just beat them. It's like when Roy was beating everybody. Everybody. Are we going to say that James Toney was a bump? Bernard Hopkins was a bump? The Piazza? Excuse me, I'm saying, Vinny Pienza? Excuse me, I'm saying his name wrong. But like he ran through everybody. It's not because the division was lax of talent, but nobody could stop him. Nobody could stop him. Anyway, he's in a small frame, absolutely. But he has fought above and beyond what would you normally have his weight constraints be. And this cat still is looking to do more at 126 down the line. And he's taken on every relevant challenger that is a threat and has killed them all. Has their head on his hip because he knocked them out. He beat them. And nobody's been able to stop him. Not because there's no competition. He's just well above everybody. He's just well above everybody. He is. And so to say that he hasn't fought nobody is ludicrous. It's ridiculous. He's a 2-time undisputed champion. He's a 4-division weight champion. He has been pound for pound 3, 2, or 1 in most people's eyes for the likes of, 3 years? 4 years straight? He's gotten closer to pound for pound list than Shakur has ever in his career. And I'm not dissing Shakur. I'm saying this man has accomplished more than almost every boxer in the world today. His resume might not be as grand as Canelo, but in a short amount of time, he's put up one that, okay, you can at least compare it to some degree. From a level of who's been doing work. Him, Canelo, Crawford, Usyk. His resume is put up against those legends. He has done things that haven't been done in 20 plus years. Inoue's done things that we haven't seen the likes of in the last couple years, except for Terrence Crawford and Usyk do. Become 2-time undisputed. And he did it. I think he did it first. He either did it first or he did it second, but he did it. And it's a ridiculous statement. It's a stupid, and again, I respect Shakur, but it's still a stupid statement. Because just because if you don't want to take the time to look at who does what, and to look at and to delve into the quality of their resumes, then it's tough to say, oh, not saying your feelings aren't valid, but it's tough to say that we can take it with a real weight when we have tracked and witnessed what this cat has done, and you being the boxing aficionado that you are, you understanding you got to be something serious to gain your respect, or peers that you feel are deserving of your respect. And if Tank also respects his brother, and you saying he ain't top 3 still, and your biggest op is saying, yeah, he like that, in terms of Tank Davis, like, something ain't clicking. Something ain't clicking. Something ain't clicking on. But my bad. Let me see. Shakur is a mystery. We don't know. We don't know talented. We don't know how talented he is until a possible Tank fight. Now, I disagree with that. I think we know the talent level of Shakur. I think we do. At least I do. We know this brother can give Tank a big run for his money. We wouldn't be saying that Shakur wasn't one of the biggest threats to Tank Davis if he wasn't really like that. If he wasn't that type of dog. If he wasn't that type of fighter. If he wasn't that type of big body that could really outbox the likes of Tank and render his offense and his knockout ability null and void. We wouldn't be saying that if he wasn't the truth. He is the truth. Now, of course, you got to prove it. Of course, you do. But up until this point, he's shown, yeah, I'm at that level. So I don't think it's a question of how good he is. Sure, it's always going to be a question of hand health and whether or not you can actually sustain it. But in terms of talent, in the ring, yeah, put up or shut up, but getting to the ring, I think it's fairly certain that, yeah, we see Shakur as one of the best technicians in the world. And valid. Let's see. Boots, hold on, wait, shoot. Let me see. Boots said he needs few tune-up fights before he fights Virgil Ortiz. He priced himself out for $10 million or no. Wait, hold on. Wait, time out. Excuse me. I'm sorry. What is it? Boots said he needs a few tune-up fights before he fights Virgil, and he priced himself out for $10 million or no fight. Well, that's a problem. And what? You know what? That's a little bit of a problem. Hold on now. Little bit of a problem there. Little bit of a problem. You're already in the championship picture. If you're moving up, you're already there. Now, again, I respect that you want to take some tune-up fights, get adjusted to the weight class. Understandable. That's fine. I ain't got no issue with it. But the problem is, one, the pricing yourself out, and two, how long are these tune-ups going to be? And by that I mean how many? Because, again, like we said, if you're going to move up and you want to fight Virgil, we love it. A tune-up fight, I'm cool with. Maybe, and I mean maybe two. But if it gets to a point that we've seen with other boxers in history where you are just not taking the fight when the money's right and when it's aptly wanted and when the iron's hot, now we go back to that conversation of, hey, brother, are you really about that smoke? Are you really about that fire? Are you really about that energy? Do you really want to show what you about? Because we know what you are. We know what you can do. And so, again, I ain't got no problem with tune-ups. I have a problem with if we see the tune-ups excuse come up to the point where now, okay, you're just not trying to take the fight. Because mind you, remember, we've played this game with Boots before. He wanted to fight Virgil. He wanted to move up to 154. And he said, my body can't take it. Then he stays at 147 for some odd reason. Now, we didn't think I was like, why? Okay, you're going to have to unify. Okay, fine. Went at the unified. Okay, now you move to 154. Okay, cool. Keep him to your word. Love it. Can't wait to see it. But again, we got to hold him to that same standard. All these moves, you still got to make sure you do what you said you're going to do. Because if you don't, we remember. We got a problem. Yeah, absolutely. But let me see. Let me keep on reading. A good tune-up fight for Boots would be with Jesus Ramos or Brian Mendoza. If Boots can beat those guys, he's ready for Fundor. What? Let me tell you something right now. Boots is ready for Fundor today. Boot for Fundora? We talking about Sebastian Fundora? If we're talking about Sebastian Fundora, Boots is ready for him today. He's ready for him today. And that's not me trying to shame Fundora. That's me saying he's Fundora as a champion at 154. And I don't want to say. Actually, hold on. Before I say this, let me look at who stands at the top before I say what I'm about to say, because I don't want to be I don't want to be disrespectful, but at the same time, of the champions that are at 154, he is of the weakest. He's still a danger. Getting 6'6", 6'7", fighting on the inside. Literally like a praying mantis. He even cut or no cut, he still beat Tim Tszyu. Like, it still happened. Injury or not, he still did it in a fight that I didn't think he was going to be able to win. And, hey, we had to give props to where props is due. But with that being said, still, looking at Fundora versus Boots, Fundora would get destroyed if he fought against Boots. He would get destroyed. Boots is too fast. Boots has too much crack over a sustained period of time that Fundora will be able to take. Fundora is too lax defensively, and Fundora is too open to getting hit. Hold on, wait a second. Let me turn my TV up real quick because we got Shakur and Zepeda jawing at each other. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm watching the Ring magazine. What do we call it? The thing. The press conference. That's what I was thinking. The press conference while I'm doing the show. But yeah, no, he would decimate the likes of Fundora. Now, Backwell. Hey, if he got at the Backwell, then that'd be an interesting fight. I'm not gonna lie. That fight would be a fight that I would be like, wait a minute now. Now that could be some danger. That might be on top of the likes of Virgil Ortiz. And again, we've already gone through the rankings of who would be the biggest threats to Boots versus who wouldn't be the biggest threats to Boots at 154. But hey, Backwell, Murder Merchant's Olive. He ain't no slouch either as well. But let me keep on reading. Bochuk is best tune-up fight for as a tune-up. Wait, brother, as a tune-up. You again. That ain't a tune-up fight. I'm sorry, that is not a tune-up fight. I'm thinking like for me a tune-up fight is like way down the line of like talent level. At least from the sense of Bochuk. Good gosh, brother. Shoot. Again, I would have Boots winning. I would. But that's a war. That is a war. That is, my gosh. That ain't no tune-up, buddy. Boots might, after that fight, Boots might have to take some time off just to recover. Because that's gonna be a brawl. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Y'all shoot. At least y'all want his first fight up at 154 to be Bochuk? And again, I want to see the fight. But we also talking like, to get Boots comfortable in the division, you want this brother going against one of the more destructive and violent fighters in all of the division, who is still a top threat for every single belt, and still got run that he wants to run back with Virgil Ortiz. And we saying Virgil is the biggest threat to Boots at 154. I mean, shoot, brother, talk about. I know he's got to go through the gauntlet, but if we're talking tune-ups, at least let him get to the division. My gosh, if we're talking tune-ups, at least let him get a fight. With the average Joe, but I mean, my goodness, and shoot. But I would love to see the fight. That would be more than a tune-up, buddy. That would be a war. That would be an outright war. Let me see. Yeah, Boots beats Fundora easily. I agree with you, Jay Riggs. Would they let Boots fight him right away? Boots is a good skill fighter. That would be a great fight if it happened next. It would be. Now, if he's gonna go the route that he think that he's talking about going, and he wants a couple tune-up fights, he probably won't fight the Bowachucks, the Virgils, the Bakrams, maybe even the Tim Sues. At this stage in Tim Sue's career, might not get the rub from the likes of Boots at this point. Again, if it's a tune-up, those won't be his first fights, almost assuredly, if we're talking about getting comfortable in the division. Now, after that first fight against, again, a good fighter, but not one of the, real dangerous contenders, then, okay, yeah, Bowachuck, Virgil, Bakram, Fundora, all these folks. Now, okay, the run starts. But if we're talking Boots and his plan to get comfortable in this division, most likely those fights won't be the first fights to happen next. If they did, hey, brother, he wants that smoke, and I'm all for it. But if he's gonna walk like he talks, then most likely that won't be the case of what he does. Let me see. How do I say this name? I think Inoue, I think it's Inoue. What's good with you, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning in to the show. So glad that you are here. Shakur wins if he. We can go back to. Let me see if I can switch the topics on the screen. Can I switch the topics on the screen? Shoot, I think this is the best one I got right now. But yeah, Shakur, going back to Shakur Stevenson now. Again, we're flip-flopping all through. Shakur can beat Zepeda. But with what we now know, with, again, him wincing with his gloves in his hand, I'm really concerned that he might, that threat of him breaking his hand against the relentless pop and the relentless punching of Zepeda, I'm really scared he won't be able to make it to the end of the fight because he won't be able to box because he will break his hand on something. If he broke his hand to the body on Josh Padley, but if he punches Zepeda in the head wrong, if he jabs wrong, if he hooks wrong, if he even gets blocked, an elbow block hypothetically that happens, or he just ain't able to clench his fist at the point of impact, which you're supposed to do, he just like that can be done. Just like that. You're too hurt to throw and you ain't got nothing to punch back at Zepeda. Now you're a sitting duck. Let alone if you break, he can hypothetically break both hands in this fight, which is concerning, which is horrific to think about. But it's a real possibility. It's a real possibility. I don't want it to be reality, but it can be reality. And that is scary. That is scary for this fight. Let me see. Virgil stepped to him. Yeah, no, Virgil did step to him. And I still want to see that fight with Virgil and Boots. I do, because that's going to be one of the better fights of the year when that takes place. What better way to show your skills is to beat Bowachuck in better fashion than Virgil did? That will make a statement. No, you're right. Oh, no, the optics of that would be, okay, yeah, Boots is everything that we thought he would be. If Boots beat Bowachuck in more dominant fashion, if dare I say, we want to go with extremes, if this brother knocks out Boots, if this brother knocks out Bowachuck in the same fashion that Tevin Farmer got beat by Schofield, quick, fast, and in a hurry, oh my gosh. He's everything we thought in one. Now, again, I'm not saying that's going to happen if they fought, but that make a huge statement, a monumental statement. But that would probably eke him closer than he's ever been to real top 10 pound for pound talk in the wide range of boxing. Not just with, again, the purist or anybody. He beats Bowachuck in that dominant fashion. All of a sudden, okay, but the second you get a title, you probably going to be ranked top 10. If you put on a performance like that. That is scary. That is scary if that does indeed take place. Excuse me. He would definitely rattle the division. Yes, he would. Oh, people be shook. People would be shook. Virgil would be shook. Fedor probably wouldn't want to fight. Keith Thurman would stay away. If Keith Thurman got in the ring with that, shoot, I applaud him. If Tim Tszyu got in the ring, if he did that to Bochuk, I would applaud him. But I would understand if they said, nah, I don't need that right now. I would get it. The only person I think would just take it, the only two people that I think would just take the fight outright would most likely, without any form of, not saying anybody in the division is scared. But if he beat Bochuk in that type of dominant fashion, the most likely two fighters I would see wanting to fight him and tell him, yeah, give me that smoke, would be Virgil and Bakra. I doubt, though I like Sebastian Fedor, I doubt he want to get in the ring with that. I doubt, in my heart of hearts, he would want to get in the ring with that type of monster at all. After already getting put down by Brian Mendoza. In fact, somebody brought it up earlier that Brian Mendoza would be a great tune-up fight to happen. That's a perfect fight. Who said it? Somebody said it earlier. Doggone it, I'm gonna find it because that was a great point to bring up for the sense of. Here we go. Yep. Albert Real, you brought this up perfectly. Jesus Ramos or Brian Mendoza? Brian Mendoza. If I was my first fight, if I was Boots' manager, I'm making it with Brian Mendoza. You destroyed Brian Mendoza. You put fear and you already put fear in one of the 4 champions or 3 champions in the division. You put fear because Fedor got knocked out by Mendoza, and you destroy him like that. If you destroy Mendoza worse than Tim Tszyu destroyed Mendoza, my gosh. But you already got one brother potentially shaking in his boots. If you do that, that will be my perfect tune-up fight. And then after that, now we're going into Bochuk. Now we're going at the titles. Because Mendoza's tough, rugged, perfect fighter to see what you can work with. Perfect fighter to see how you can handle 154 against somebody that, again, has beaten a now champion. That will be my perfect pitch. And then now we're going after the big boys, and we're gonna see, and we're gonna shock the world. That's what I would do. And he said, "Let me see, Johnny Dubag, hey brother, how you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're. If you would, and if you're here, leave a like on the stream, and we're having a great conversation. Leave a like on the stream. Keep on commenting your thoughts and opinions. Let's see what you all got to say, and please keep on sharing the show. Subscribe if you haven't already, and if you have not or want to, because we ain't got super chats yet. Hey, Cash Apps and PayPal. Links in the description as well. If you want to give to the show, anything would do. Say what you give, and then put it in the chat so I can give you your just due and your just props. Because again, right now, this is my job. I'm doing this with you all. I gotta make something. But I do this for you all. But if you want to help invest in the show, keep the lights on, and also to make sure that we can make this show bigger and better. Hey, Cash App, PayPal, anything would do. Links in the description. It would mean the world to me. Absolutely. No question about it. But let me see. Keith Thurman wants a Boots contract. Good first fight at 154. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. See, for Boots, incredible. For Boots, that's phenomenal. For Boots, that is a great first fight. I just didn't bring it up because I'm not thinking Keith Thurman would actually take that fight. Because the brother just came back. He's had one fight in 3-4 years? It was against was it Jarvis that he knocked out? Which again, impressive. You see inklings of the old Keith Thurman, but it still ain't the same Keith Thurman. If that Keith fought against Boots, he's getting knocked out. He's doing the job that Pacquiao started in round 3-4, but didn't finish. From the standpoint of putting him down and then completely knocking him out. He's doing that if Keith fights. But that'll be a great fight for Boots. Get a legendary name. Get a former champion. Get some experience because he's probably going to show you some things that you might not have seen before. And it gives you a lot of cachet to be able to use. Say, hey, brother, I got this man on my list as a body I beat. Give me what I'm worth. It can help. It can help. But if Keith Thurman actually took that fight, I mean, hey, I would applaud him. It's an impressive step. But you ain't winning. You ain't winning that. I'm sorry, you ain't winning that. If you are Thurman, you are not winning that at all. At least in my estimation. No, you ain't. You ain't winning that in the slightest. I promise you that. But let me see. Shakur wanna go. Let's see. Shakur gonna wanna go for the body, but gonna hesitate to throw it as much out of fear of hitting the elbows with his brutal hands. Just watch. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you this. And again, they starting to get a little bit more jawing in the press conference right now. So I'm trying to listen and pick up on any potential things that are said, any future plans, trash talk, or anything like that. Look, yep, they getting real like, yeah, oh yeah. If you can watch, Shakur talking this mess now. Yeah, Shakur really talking this mess. I'm sorry, I'm watching the press conference and doing the show. My apologies. If you want to watch it, it's on YouTube right now or any social media platform. While you're watching this show, it's a great thing. He calling out Munguia. Wait a second. Hold on. Did Shakur just call out Munguia? Wait. He's called up. I'm trying to figure out who he called up. My gosh. Hold on. Let me stay with the show. My bad. Let me not get lost. Let me not get lost as a fan. We still got a regiment to cover. We're going to keep on doing the show. I'm so sorry. I had a lapse in judgment because all of a sudden Shakur started yelling at people in the crowd. Now the second song was about to pop off. But let me see. John, they just revealed. Who's talking now? Good gosh, brother, they are getting active up there on this stage. It's insane. Let's see. John just revealed that Roxy exhibit face, and you'll be surprised who relate to him. Hey, look. Hey, they revealed his face. I know. I'm still catching up. Like I said, between trying to work and between trying to keep up with One Piece and the other anime shows I'm trying to watch, I am catching up. Please, no spoilers. But I know they revealed his face. I'm gonna try to keep it hidden so that I can be surprised. I've been trying to avoid everything. Like I said, I'm on Don Flamingo. I am running through the arcs. I'm running through, trying to make it happen. But I'm gonna look. Give me. I'm gonna say, what? 3 weeks? Give me 3 weeks. And I'm gonna be up there. Give me 2 weeks. I'm gonna be at least nearly up there. Absolutely. I'm telling you, I'm breezing through. I'm not missing what's getting ready to come down the pipe for this show in terms of One Piece. I'm not missing that. Absolutely. But let me see. OG Boxing Knowledge in the house. Hey, yo, Teddy Berkshot. What's good with you, brother? How you doing? Thanks for into the show. So glad that you're tuning in. I'm sorry. We got a lot going on right now. We got One Piece drama, or rather One Piece things being almost leaked. Excuse me. Well, not leaked, excuse me. But tidbits being exposed. We got doggone Berlanga and Oscar De La Hoya looking like they're getting ready to fight each other right now. Oscar done unbuttoned his shirt. Oscar then got his suit, his ties off. He looks disheveled. Berlanga's walking forward. Berlanga keeps on walking forward. Do we got another main event going on right now? It's a lot happening right now in the boxing world. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. I am not trying. I'm not trying to stop the show. I'm trying to make sure ain't nothing going on. Cause this is insane. This is fun. I'm sorry, this is fun. But let me see. OG Box Now in the house. What's going on, man? Hey, we. Hey, look. Right now, you fishnet. You can call this brother right now. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Oscar, don't fight. Oscar, stop. Oscar, stop. But you cannot. You have literal implanted abs. I don't know if you want to take a shot from Edgar Berlanga to the body. I also don't know if Berlanga wants to punch De La Hoya to the body because them things solidified. I mean, shoot, you might break your hand. Oscar got that Bret Hart WCW metal plate hidden under his ass. You're gonna be like when Goldberg speared him and went out of WCW, and he went and just went limp because the boy he essentially had metal, literally had a metal shield under his stomach. We might see that with that might be what De La Hoya's got with his synthetic abs that he legitimately has. I'm not making a joke. He legitimately got fake abs on him. But hey, Berlanga, don't risk it. Don't risk breaking your hand on an old man because you might regret it. Go upstairs. Don't go downstairs. And you find him. But let me see. What you watching? Yeah, I'm watching the press conference now. I'm watching the press conference now while I'm doing the show. The weigh-in, I think it's tomorrow, and we're doing the show tomorrow. Again, normal time, like we always do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So if it's on when I'm doing the show, we're gonna have it on there too. Now I can't show it here. Full disclaimer: can't show nothing that I'm watching on screen. I ain't got the rights to it. Not about to get no copyright thing for it. And because of that, we got to, do what we do. So I got to operate within the means I know how to operate. But right now, that's why I'm trying to give you all updates to the best that we can. Because I'm telling you, Shakur was flinging a belt at somebody. I think threw something at somebody. Berlanga threw his mic down and literally stepped up to Oscar De La Hoya with I'm going to hurt you. I don't know what was said, but my gosh, this card just went from intriguing to outright. But I'm excited now. I don't know what's going to happen in a tennis stadium as well. The environment's going to be different. The vibes all of a sudden are eking up. Promoters and fighters getting at it. Fighters and fighters getting at it. Shakur potentially was calling out Munguia. Hypothetically, I don't know. They just showed Shakur talking, yelling, and then they showed Munguia. Maybe that's who he was calling out. I don't know. What I do know. I'm excited for Saturday now. I am. I am. I'm sorry. I gotta go back. I gotta go watch it. I'll be back. Hey, no problem. Absolutely. Yeah, if you gotta go see it, go see it. Cause it's been drama filled. Absolutely. But shoot, what were we talking about? I'm so sorry. We done got sidetracked. Miss Queen brought up One Piece information, which I'm all for. But we still gotta show the cup. We still gotta show the what was I talking about before we went and shifted? Oh, I remember now. Yep. Going to the body. I don't think Shakur is going to have a choice not to throw in this fight. I don't think. Let me see. Oscar. Hold on. Yeah, Rich. What's good, Rich? How you doing, brother? Thank you. Hey. Thanks for coming back. So glad that you're here. Oh, we be having a ball. Please, again, leave a like on the stream. If you're tuning in, I'm trying to split time between talking about the conference and talking about the show. We still got a lot to cover, but it's a lot. It's going down right now. Let me see. You missed press? No, I'm watching the press conference. I'm watching it right now. I'm literally watching the press conference while I'm doing this show. We just had a whole 5-minute excursion with Berlanga and Oscar De La Hoya getting ready to have a main event right on stage, right then and there. Shakur talking smack to everybody under the sun. We might as well have a promoter versus, at this point, if you're going to put on Quisenberry versus Matchroom, might as well do a promoter versus boxer event. Eddie Hearn versus, I don't know, AJ. De La Hoya versus Berlanga. Al Heyman versus Shakur. I don't know. Again, like I said, I'm not really sure who's with who. What I do know is, I don't know, anybody versus Bob Arum in the ring. I don't know. At this point in time, it's chaos, pandemonium. It's calmed down a little bit, but my gosh, it actually got serious for a little bit of a second. Let me see, Business and Groovy, what's good with you? How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. Again, please leave a like on the stream if you're here to help push this out to the rest of the boxing public, because we're having a fun time, phenomenal talk, great discussions, and I want to hear from you all what you got to say. But let me see. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Jean-Luc, always good to see. Hey, man, it's always good to see y'all. It's always good to see all of you tuning in and coming in right now. Again, you didn't have to. You could have chose a litany of other shows, but the fact that you came today means the world to me. Hey, we gonna make this the best it can be. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Shakur, before we talked about One Piece, before we talked about the press conference drama that's unfolding right before my eyes, real quick. Where's that? Body shots. Like I've said, started and stopped for the third time. Let me see if I can actually get the thought out now. I don't think Shakur is going to have a choice going up against Zepeda to throw to the body. There's not going to be a choice. I don't care if he has hesitation. He won't be able to think about not throwing. Because Zepeda, like I said, Zepeda's not Jose Ramirez. Zepeda is not William Skull. And Zepeda is not a fighter that's going to just let things be. You are, especially knowing that you might hurt yourself trying to fight me. There's no way that Shakur is going to be able to hesitate. Because if he hesitates against this type of onslaught, he can genuinely get just straight up outworked and outpointed. As crazy as that sounds. I'm not saying Zepeda is a better fighter than Shakur Stevenson. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. But what I am saying is that there's a game plan where Shakur could just get outworked. He could just get outworked because you ain't throwing enough. Again, Oscar Valdez tried that to some degree when he fought against Shakur Stevenson years ago. Although again, he got dominated and he kept throwing those hooks instead of throwing that straight left or that straight right hand naked that was actually landing on Shakur, which again is a really good punch to throw against Shakur Stevenson, the naked straight right hand. Because I've seen it a couple of times throughout the years. Shakur isn't as registrative of that shot coming in. Everything else, yeah, he's got, but that straight right, maybe with a straight left, whatever, your straight naked punch, whichever, dominant or orthodox, against Shakur can be an effective weapon. Oscar Valdez used it years ago, later in the rounds, but it was effective when he did use it. He just didn't use it enough. And he went back to swinging hooks. But the problem why I was missing all those wasn't just because of Shakur's incredible defense and punch perception, but also Oscar was just too short. He was too short and could not close that gap to land those shots when he wanted them. But Zepeda doesn't have that problem. And Zepeda is even more of a relentless work horse. This cat can throw hooks, and just leaning back ain't going to be the thing that gets you out of it, especially if you're on the ropes against Zepeda. Because he will attack the body. He'll attack the head. He'll throw just punches and bunches every single time. He'll just throw anything. He'll literally throw the kitchen sink at you. It's not going to have a whole lot of pop. It's not going to have a whole lot of power. It's not going to have a whole lot of sting behind it. Again, I'm not discrediting who Zepeda is, but he's a volume puncher. That's his thing. He breaks you down by just hitting you so much that you just can't. Okay, I'm tired. Like I just can't. It's just too much cumulative onslaughts of punching, and the volume is just too much for my body to handle. But that can work against Shakur, especially if Shakur is hesitant to throw. And again, with a smaller ring. The shrinking ring thing, don't know if that's going to happen mid-fight. What we do know is that the ring is indeed 18 by 18. And I think that's for the entirety of the card. At least for the Shakur fight, we know that's happening. That's been confirmed. So because of that, if Shakur does want to hesitate, that's going to be his biggest downfall. He can't. He cannot. And I'm going to tell you this, even more than hesitation, he better not show any sign of pain against William Zepeda. I'm going to tell you that right. I'm going to tell you that right now. He better not show a single sign of pain against William Zepeda. Because if he shows an inkling of pain, my wrist is hurting. I wince. All of a sudden, brother Zepeda, forget defense. Forget me. Forget me trying to conserve it. Oh, but I am upping my onslaught even more. And I might even be throwing. I might just clinch you. Just ragdoll. You just start flailing. just to get you susceptible to injuring yourself even more so. Not because he's a dirty fighter, but because now, okay, I know you're compromised. It's not just a rumor. It's not just a concern. It's not just a potential happenstance that can occur. Okay, it's here now. You're hurt. You can't punch me the same way, if at all, hypothetically, depending on the severity. And if it happens early, brother, we still got 6, 8, 10 rounds left, depending on when the injury comes into play. Yeah. And I'm not De Los Santos. I'm not just going to let you run around, or not run. No, that's the right term. I'm not going to let you run around the ring like you did against De Los Santos and not chase you down, because I got the stamina to do that. I might not have the technical ability. I might not have the footwork, or as good of footwork as you. But I got enough speed, and I got enough tenacity, and I got enough of a gas tank that, yeah, I'm gonna hunt you down. I'm not gonna let you get away, and I'm gonna either force you to throw and risk more injury, or I'm gonna make it so that you hesitate and you're scared to throw, and I still win off of just volume. Now what you're gonna do? That's the rock and a hard place that Shakur's at right now. Everything goes well. No re-aggravated injury. He's good. He wins. It's still gonna be a hard fight, but he wins. But if he shows any sign of pain, the whole fight flips on his head. It turns upside down, absolutely. Let me see. Zepeda should target Shakur's gloves rather than his head and body shots. Zepeda, what's it? Man, I don't want to say this because it sounds like I'm saying he should, try to injure the man. But if I'm Zepeda, I'm doing everything in my power to try to, if you do, because Shakur is going to try to stab, jab, or throw a straight. He's a southpaw, right? He's going to throw a straight left to the body, almost assuredly. Almost assuredly. I'm trying to catch that with my elbow. And every jab he throws, I'm trying to get it to land. If I can't block it, I want it to land at the top of my head. Just like with Isaac Cruz. Because that's how Isaac Cruz broke Tank's hand. Because he landed the punch on the top of his head. And that's what happened. Tank had to change, had to adapt, had to change his own style. Shakur, if you can mitigate that jab, I'm walking in with my head down, my guard up, I'm running forward. And if I can't just block it outright, I'm making sure you catch me right up here. You catch me right up here. So that you hurt your hand with your jab. And then now jab's useless. Either you gotta switch stances or you just can't throw it. If you take out that lead left hand, the jab, the hook, the uppercut, the straight, the any punch from that hand, body or head, now becomes nearly obsolete. Because remember, last time it was Shakur's, I think it was the power hand that he couldn't throw. But he still had the jab. You take away the jab this time, and Shakur's only got the power hand to use. That's going to be interesting. But that's what, if I was him, that's what I would do. Yeah, still be defensive and all this stuff, but look for opportunities to try to catch the jab on top of the head. When he punches, try to time it, not with you moving in and jabbing with your own, but you moving in just straight up coming forward with the jab as it comes out. And so you meet him before he's able to fully extend and before he's able to fully flex the punch or flex his fist like he wants to. And then, boom, now you can break a knuckle. break the middle, break a finger. Not saying I want it to happen, but we understand this is still boxing. Taking punishment is a means of going through and actively winning in some cases. What the world is going on? My bad. They still jawing at each other in the press conference, but still, that's a means. Some people call it underhanded. Some people call it violent. Some people say that's not fair. But also, we understand this is the reality. If Tank attacked Ryan's ribs when Ryan's ribs were injured in his fight, got him a knockout. It did. But we've had examples right here, right now. So we can't say that this is just an end-all be-all, because again, like I've said before with Shakur, he can beat and should beat Zepeda at his best. He should beat him with no problem. But the issue is, how long can you be at your best with that risk of injury? And if you're not at your best because of that injury, now, what's going to happen? And because we know that Zepeda's best chance to win would be if Shakur re-aggravates his injuries in his hands. Then, if you're Zepeda, how do you aggravate that injury? You target it. If any, you might be able to do it by just going and throwing and forcing Shakur just to shell up and attack the guard. Like I think, for sure said, attack the gloves rather than the body. Yeah, that is a viable thing. Go through and you go upstairs and you get Shakur in the corner, you trap him, and then you primarily try to headhunt. But you're not aiming to punch and land. You want Shakur to block it. And you want Shakur to have to keep blocking. Because inevitably, one of those shots is going to land wrong on the back of Shakur's hand. Or it's going to, because of the already sustained damage that Shakur has taken on his hands throughout his career, just by sheer predisposed trauma, they won't be able to withstand the level of defense that needs to happen to defend and punch. Something's going to be sacrificed because the damage is going to just accumulate so much. You're just going to be hearing, that's what it's going to be. Inside of his gloves, that's what it's going to feel like. That's what it's going to feel like inside of his gloves. A constant barrage of thudding, of concussive damage. It's like what perfect example, UFC fighters or anybody for that matter, boxers as well. They get their hands or shins stronger by making microfractures. What are microfractures? Is when you repeatedly hit a point in the body. For boxers, they put their hands in the sand and they punch it or grab it, whatever the case may be. Some karate kung fu masters and others, they go and they fight. They repeatedly hit bricks, hit the wall, hit wood. Wei Chung, they hit a board with the thing from IP Man. If you've seen the movie, one of the best martial arts movies I've ever seen. Love it. Phenomenal. I'm gonna be watching again after this. But those types of things create concussive damage, and they chip away at the bone. And then when it heals, you get stronger and stronger. But that chipping away, again, requires time to heal. But with Shakur, it's never healed. Those fractures never heal correctly. He can't sustain it because he is indeed brittle-handed. And that's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. It is a real problem. So I'm telling you, Shakur's talking a lot of talk. Right now, he's strapping the belt in front of William Zepeda as they're doing the face-off. But it's a dangerous thing. Because Shakur's boxing is not the biggest obstacle in this fight. It is Shakur's health that is the biggest obstacle more than anything in this fight. That is the real X factor. That is the shift. That is the dynamic change. That is the momentum mover. That is the defining point in this fight. Shakur, if you get hurt, what can you do now against the pressure? Because we doubt that your leg is going to be able to do what they need to do. And that's not also, well, actually, before I go, LR Vlogs, what's good with you? How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you are here. Shakur could easily outbox him. That's not the concern. He can. He absolutely can. No question he can. But the concern is, if he gets hurt, how effective can that boxing be if you can't box? You see, you see the conundrum? How effective can that boxing be if you indeed cannot box right now because your hands are gone? And what we've seen with the likes of no running, the seemingly targeted moves against Shakur Stevenson, more specifically, my bad, oh good gosh, hold on. I don't know why I'm stuttering so much. The targeted moves with Shakur Stevenson, with making the ring smaller, hypothetically having an 18 by 18 ring, or one that shrinks even more as the fight goes on. Again, we don't know what all this is going to be. I'm still, that might be just a joke, but whatever the case may be, with the atmosphere of boxing right now, it also doesn't help Shakur. It don't help Shakur at all. The atmosphere of boxing right now is not conducive for Shakur to be as successful. Because right now his targeted style is not, it might not be seen in the same high level adulation as it used to be. To be enough to, yeah, he won. Now it's going to be up, he ran. So we can't give him these rounds. You can't tell me, again, Turkey for the most part has been doing everything fair and on the up and up when it comes to the boxes. But in terms of this most recent stuff, he doesn't want judging to reward running. He doesn't want that. I don't want that either. But at the same time, though we know what Shakur does is not in fact running. Outside of that De Los Santos fight, what Shakur normally does is not running. But still, now with him being at the forefront, judges could be now skewed of, I don't want to see that type of fight either. I don't want to see running either. So we're not going to reward what we perceive as a running boxer in these rounds. And that could hurt Shakur. Even worse if he's forced to run because of the fact that, hey, I can't throw because my hands are gone now in this fight. Hypothetically, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying if it does. So he is battling an environment. He is, well, not an environment, excuse me. He is battling an atmosphere of fans and an atmosphere of the sport that is shifting and changing before our eyes, where he's on the bad end of the spectrum of what people don't want to see as rewarded behavior in the sport inside of the ring when it comes to stylistic fighting. That can hurt him. That can hurt a lot of people. But him specifically for this card, that can be bad. We can't lie. That can be bad. And so because it can be bad, we can't. This is a threat. This is a danger. It's a dangerous fight. He can legitimately lose. Because now he might. I'm not saying he's going to. I'm saying because of the atmosphere that's been going on for the past couple months in the sport, running versus boxing debates, Turkey saying he doesn't want running and all this stuff, all that. He might not just be fighting his opponent. He might not just be fighting Zepeda in the ring. He could be fighting the judges as well. He could be fighting the atmosphere of boxing. This fight could be a litmus test for what we want to see going forward and what's going to be rewarded or not throughout the rest of the year. Maybe for boxing going forward. with the changing landscape of what judges now see as valuable versus not valuable boxing. Due to all of this drama that's been talked about this year, it is not out of the question. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And because of that, this is a dangerous fight for Shakur Stevenson. Because he ain't just fighting Zepeda. He's fighting his own body, and he might be fighting the judges and the atmosphere of boxing as a whole. Because it's shifting and changing. So it's gonna be interesting. Let me see. Well, he has a lot to prove. He's saying he'll stop Zepeda. Hey, look now, I'll tell you this, and it is in the 18 by 18 ring. If Shakur does stop Zepeda, my gosh, hey, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, shoot, that would be incredible. Mind you, I've already stated, Shakur is a stronger fighter than Devin Haney. Shakur is a better puncher than Devin Haney. Most of Shakur, there's a lot of Shakur wins that Shakur Stevenson could have knocked out his opponent. But he chose not to because, one, stylistically, that's not him. And two, he's been holding back on his offensive repertoire for a long time because he just wanted to get the win. And in terms of like, okay, get the win, do what I need to do, rather than showing your full breadth of skill set, which is a plenty and which is destructive. And three, cut his hands. And so like it's been, he can knock out Zepeda. I've said this routinely, he can. If he does, I will still be shocked because I know he's got the ability, but I never think he would actually be able to utilize it, make it worthwhile due to him committing to it. But if he does, that's great. That's phenomenal. He knocks out Zepeda. I want Shakur versus Schofield. And then I want Shakur versus Tank. Because if he can knock out Zepeda, he can hurt Tank. If he can knock out Zepeda, he can hurt Schofield. Because say what you want about Zepeda. Zepeda has a chin. Zepeda has, you got to be of that ilk to crack Zepeda. He's tough. With the way that he fights, he has to be tough. He has to have a great chin. He's got to be durable. He's got to be able to take a punch with some of the biggest punchers in the division because the way that he fights. So you put out Zepeda. My gosh. But that's an even bigger threat level to the likes of Tank. That's a huge threat level to the likes of Schofield. And again, Schofield knocking out Tevin Farmer shows his mettle as well. You gotta be some type of dog to put out this version of Tevin Farmer. Since the early losses in his career, he's been on the tear. So we are indeed at a big crossroads for what the realm of the next, well, not next era, but the next steps in the boxing world can be. But it can shift greatly if we see the likes of Shakur knock out William Zepeda. Let's not forget, Turkey wants to have Shakur versus Tank if Shakur wins this fight. Let's not forget that. We can't forget that at all. He wants that fight to happen next. If it does happen, great. For now, I would love it. And so that's on the line as well. And if Shakur knocked out Zepeda, my gosh, yeah, that fight's happening next. After Lamont Welch fight, if Lamont Welch beats Tank, yeah, I would assume the money would be there, the hype would be there because now Butler got a knockout and he's bigger and he can box on the level of a Tank. Yeah, make that fight. Shakur versus Tank. If Tank knocks out Zepeda, make that fight happen. Make it happen now. Make it happen now. If Turkey can get that done, if Turkey can get that done, that'll be one of the most insane things. Shoot. That'll be one of the most insane things I've seen a promoter do. Make the Tank versus Shakur fight when we've been saying that fight needed to happen for 2 years now, 3 almost, and nobody else can get done. If he gets that done, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't be able to believe it. But if it happens, hey, shoot, I'll be happy. I would definitely be happy about that. But again, I think now we've covered just about everything that we can cover on the show thus far. Oh, wait. No, we can go there. We can go there. I think we covered just about everything we needed to cover on this show thus far. Let me just make sure that I'm not missing nothing. Talked about Shakur dissing people. Talked about Berlanga versus Chavez. Inoue. I almost forgot. No, Inoue. Need to give you all that, you know that. Inoue's next fight has been announced. Yep, it's official. It is official. This brother now is indeed going to fight Ahmad Ali. It's happening. It's confirmed. It is in posters and everything. It's officially a done deal. We got Inoue versus MJ. Ahmad Ali finally happening. I believe in September. In fact, I can pull up the thing right now so people can know what's coming down the pipe next. But yeah, it's here. It's officially. And it's going to be for the undisputed super middleweight title. So this, like you said, on the steps of getting the likes of a fight with Junto Nakatani. Because, mind you, he beat Cardenas. He beats MJ. Hypothetically, the fight with 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The fight with Junto, off the backs of Junto's win, would be early next year. It will be probably January, February. Maybe March 2026. I hope it's I hope it's February. I don't want anything else getting in the way of this fight with Junto and Inoue. I don't want football. I don't want basketball. I don't care. That's the one fight. And I love basketball. I love basketball. I love the NFL. I know the NFL season starts later on this year. Absolutely. But I don't want a thing getting in the way of that fight when it does indeed get announced. Not a thing. I want all eyes focused on Japan because that's going to be one of the greatest awards we would have ever seen. Not just in Japanese history, but just in general. Insane. Phenomenal. And I do need to see that fight without any unabated breath. No, wrong phrase. Excuse me. Without any means of waning interest or trying to split time with nobody. I can't have that. For me, I can't have that at all. At least for me. But let me see. Also, well, actually, we can go into it right now. We can go into it because we got some time. We might as well do it. Because what, an hour 36? Hey, we can go to the championship round. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the championship rounds right now. Yes, sir. Let's get it started. Make some noise. Get excited. Make the show your own. And let's see what you got. Whatever comments, concerns, debates, questions you want to ask and discuss, we can talk about it right here, right now on this show. And we want to hear from you on everything about today or whatever we talked about in the past. And also, going forward, we want to hear from you. Your debates, your concerns, your topics, your questions, dream matchups, news about the NBA that you want to talk about, news about the NFL that you want to discuss, shoot, movies, video games you're excited for coming out, all this stuff. We want to hear from you about it all. Absolutely. And again, please, if you're here, leave a like on the stream. Go ahead, get the likes up on this show. And please, comment your thoughts and opinions on whatever you want to discuss. And go ahead and subscribe. Subscribe if you haven't already. Join the Empire. Come on in. We're welcoming everybody. We want soldiers marching through the streets saying we are part of the Welch Report Empire. We want all of y'all to be a part of us. I need to get a salute. I was gonna steal the I was gonna steal the scout salute. What do we call it? Attack on Titan. I was going to steal the scout salute. But hey, I can't do that now. I don't want no copyright infringement. And plus, we want to make our own thing. We're going to figure it out going forward. But hey, brother, come on, join the Empire. We're welcoming everybody. We got warriors everywhere, all across the world. And trust and believe, we only go on from here. So it's all thanks to you and your support. And please, if you want to support the show, Cash App, PayPal, links in the description. Anything will do. Hey, put some money in my pocket. Hey, maybe help me. No, I ain't even gonna say that. Just and whatever you want to do. Oh man, whatever you want to give, whatever you want to support to the show to help us grow and flourish back or grow and flourish more as a channel to help make the show bigger and better for you to enjoy. Hey, please give it. And if you do give something, tell us in the chat what you gave, and I can give you your just due, give you a shout out, give you your support. And hey, we ain't got super chats yet. Almost there. Less than 100 hours away. We gonna get there. We gonna climb. And if we can make it, once we make it, oh, we cooking with grease. We cooking with grease. And it's gonna be exciting. I can't wait for it. Absolutely. But championship rounds, let's see what you gotta say. Make sure you're on. And let's get it started. But while you're getting your questions together, real quickly, I did want to touch on the other thing with Shakur Stevenson, because I didn't touch on the Sugar Ray Robinson aspect. And again, for those of you who are just tuning in, we talked about it earlier. We kind of went into Inoue more than anything. And this was something I did want to say, but I didn't touch on as much as I wanted to. So I'm going to replay the clip one more time. For those of you who might be new and just tuning in, here is what Shakur had to say about what I feel, who I feel, is the greatest boxer in boxing history of all time. In Sugar Ray Robinson.
Man, niggas ain't even see that.
I YouTubed him, nigga. I YouTubed him. He on YouTube. Check YouTube.
It was buns.
Nah, it's like
was
that's
buns.
like
It was buns.
Sugar Ray Robinson is buns. No, you're wild. We're not standing for that.
Buns.
Listen, it's like this. It's like this. It's like
Boxing has evolved, bro.
it has, but I'm saying
And Sugar Ray Robinson didn't even know how to pick his hands up.
hold up. It's
Go
like
watch
this.
him fight Jake LaMotta. He was
Nah.
hitting that nigga with non-stop hooks. Over and over.
But you're not
Boom.
counting like this. That's like
You ain't
saying
never
Wilt
see that with
Chamberlain.
Bud.
That's like saying Wilt Chamberlain. Sugar Ray Robinson.
Man,
That's
niggas
great.
ain't even see that.
See, here. This is a problem that I've had with when it comes to generations going forward in sport of boxing. One, like I said earlier, this is one of the stupidest takes I've ever seen. Coming from Shakur, again, it's extremely what the world, extremely detrimental, extremely disheartening, extremely ridiculous for somebody that smart. You have to understand, we have seen Joe Calzaghe fought with his hands down. Shoot, Roy Jones Jr. fought with his hands down. Prince Nassim Hamed fought with his hands down. And at his peak, he was one of the most untouchable and destructive forces we've seen in boxing history. In terms of just power. Up until he wasn't. But brother, he was a menace. He was a monster. We've seen people fighting with your hands down ain't the issue. The skill that we saw Sugar Ray Robinson use was the very thing that Ali used as a template to make his own career. You understand that, right? Yeah, I know you know that. Because you respect Ali in terms of Shakur Stevenson. Ali said that, brother, pound for pound, the greatest ever is Sugar Ray Robinson. Period. Nobody could do what he did. This is when the golden age of heavyweights and boxing as a whole was going forth, where everybody, I'm talking about from heavyweight down to the lightest of weights, talent all around that age of boxing. And it was consensus, yeah, that brother is the greatest fighter we've ever seen. Do you understand that Sugar Ray Robinson got a 40-minute standing ovation when he announced his retirement? And he just stepped in the ring. He announced his retirement previously. He stepped in the ring to make it official, and it was a 40-minute standing ovation. That's how great this brother was. This man went 40-0, lost once, and then went 80-0. Ridiculous. He's got a record he's got a record of like 140-20. Nearly 100 knockouts. And this brother was fighting every other week. I don't think we understand that. See, unlike he has been champion in multiple weight classes when there was only one belt. When it was, if you're the best, you are the best, and you can only fight 1 through 5. And if you want to make a living, because you ain't getting paid like you're getting paid now, you got to fight every week. Every week. Championship fights, you get a month to train, maybe 2, however long it is. But you fighting, defending the belt every month, twice a month. You get cut up, boom, maybe 3 or 4 months of recovery. Then you're back in the ring. That's how it was. Fighting had to be a livelihood. It still does now, but in terms of to make a living, it had to be a livelihood to be able to go to be able to survive. It was the true. It was a job as well as an ambition. This, in terms of boxing, is not like the NFL. It's not like the NBA. Or let me rephrase that. Excuse me. Let me rephrase that. My apology. It is just like those other sports. My bad. It is like the NFL. It is like the NBA. But it's also different. Boxing's one of the most unique instances where, even when time evolves, there are still people of the past that would be great now. It would. It really would. Sugar Ray Robinson wasn't just the blueprint for what we see with boxing today. He was the pinnacle of perfection. He could fight with his hands down because he had the reflexes of a cat. He was fighting 15 rounds routinely and destroying folks. Every attribute that we put on other boxers, he had. Speed and durability, he got it. Power, he had it in spades. Combination punching, one of the most fluid punches you'll ever see. From the sense of being able to flow and operate in any range with the greatest of ease against the best of his era, and going through and absolutely looking incredible, looking phenomenal. There was no punch he couldn't throw. There was no situation he wasn't adept at. There was no opponent that he wasn't able to outwit, outmuscle, outwork, and outsmart. None. In terms of at his best. And if you beat him, he came back and he beat you 7 times. Like imagine, we marvel at the likes of Terrence Crawford versus the likes of Shakur, not Shakur, Terrence Crawford versus Errol Spence. We want to see that rematch at 154. Imagine if that rematch happened a month later. Imagine if that rematch happened a month or 2 later. Spence lost to Crawford. Okay, fine. 2 months from now, Crawford Spence 154 is happening. Madison Square Garden, Las Vegas, Nevada, Texas, Dallas Cowboys Stadium. Don't matter where. It's happening. 100,000 seat stadium. 40, 50,000 custom built special stadiums for that fight. 2 months down the line, it's going to happen. 3, if we want to say because of how bad Spence got injured. 3 months down the line, that fight's happening next. Be ready. That's what we had to see the likes of Sugar Ray do. And he did it. Countless times over. Moved up in weight and dominated. Arguably, I think, definitively the greatest welterweight in history. Middleweight, one of the greatest middleweights in history. In fact, did he fight at lightweight too? He's been in so many. He's been in so many fights against all-time greats, and he clearly stood out that it wasn't even a question. Him losing was a global event. You understand that? He was technically so gifted, but was such a warrior. He did. And see, here's the problem that Shakur has. And we've seen it with others. Shakur Stevenson and his viewpoint of boxing has skewed what makes a great boxer versus not a great boxer. Because he's saying stylistically, oh, he walked in with his hands down. The brother didn't know how to defend. You can't be that stupid. You can't be that, you again, with all due respect to Shakur, you cannot be that stupid. Robinson could use a high guard, cross guard, high guard, cross guard, Philly shell. High guard, cross guard, Philly shell, head movement. This is the footwork. He could do it all, but he would be right in front of you. He could turn his head with the greatest of ease when a punch came his way. He was everything that we see boxing as right now. The brother wasn't losing up until he was at the tail end of his career. And he was still fighting. There's no instance that Sugar Ray Robinson you can still see his stylistic approach today. You can still see it. Where do you think Sugar Ray Leonard got his name from and his style from? Yes, he watched Ali, absolutely. But if you watch Sugar Ray Leonard and you want to see what the world was it like to fight the likes of Sugar Ray Robinson, but that's about as close to a version as you can get from a style standpoint. And even then, as great as Leonard was, Sugar Ray was better. I don't think we understand that. I think we put that, I'm not talking about hypothetically, because of doing the Bill Russell thing because of greatness. Bill Russell is great because he's great. And so he automatically gets some shine for the all-time rankings, which again, he earned, no question, understandable. But we're talking about talent for talent, brother. And again, it might be subjective to you, but for me, I watched both of them. I studied both of them. As great as Leonard was, brother, Ray Robinson was better. And it doesn't sound plausible. But I'm telling you, this man was a different animal. He bringing up that he fought Jake LaMotta, but how many? Let me see. Hold on. I'm not trying to go on too long, but I want you to understand this. I want you to understand this. If you're new, because some people don't know the history of exactly what Sugar Ray Robinson did and who he is, and not because again it is an old brother. I understand. Like I said, we're trying to teach and learn. We don't want to just chastise and say, oh, this brother wasn't anything special. Look, I'm gonna give you an example. Again, I see your chat, so let me make this point real quick. Look at this. Look at this, brother. Look at this. What? Look at that. 174-19. I lowballed his resume. 174-19. Are you kidding me? Nearly 200 fights. He lost 19 of them. He knocked out 109 people. Like less than 80. Excuse me. Less than what? 60? Saw the end of a fight against his brother. He fought as many times as nearly, cumulatively, 30, 60, 90, 120, 160. No, excuse me. 120, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 180. This man's career, if you put it in every day, he fought almost 180 days. And if you want to put it, if he fought every day of the year, this man would have a win up until January, February, March, April, May. Up until May. From January 1st to May, Whatever date, that's how many wins he's got in a year. It's like, it's ridiculous. Not even 20 people beat this cat. This doesn't make any sense. This man, he has fought at middleweight. Good gosh, I mean, this resume is insane. He's fought at middleweight. He's fought at 145. He's fought at 147. He's fought at 160. I mean, he has jumped up and down a litany of ladders and just dominated. Just dominated. And the names on this resume are it's ridiculous. I'm still going. It's insane. And like I said, he didn't start losing up until he got old. Like old. Like 57, but he started fighting in 49. We're not just talking about somebody who is just a ho-hum type of brother. We're talking about a man who has genuinely been in the ring with literally most, if not all, of the greatest fighters of his era. And he was able to walk through all of them. All of them. All of them. Without remorse. Without any juxtaposition. And again, up until he got older, was when he was losing, and he avenged just about every loss that he had. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, the amount of names on this thing it's preposterous. It's ridiculous. And so people just don't know. That's the issue. The science of his boxing was incredible. The ability of his boxing was sublime. The power, the poise, the technical ability, the defense, the toughness. But he could go to war with anybody and outbox everybody. But he fought in a style that he wanted to hurt you. That's why he's got 109 knockouts and 174 wins. We are not talking about a man only. We're talking about the pinnacle of a fighter. And so to say that as somebody who, again, is Shakur, who is a savant, who is a practitioner, who is a elegance enthusiast, and you say that Ray Robinson was essentially unrefined and a bum because his highlights are in black and white, is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. The only man that was as raw talented as Sugar Ray Robinson wasn't even Sugar Ray Leonard. It's Roy Jones Jr. That's the thing. The amount of unbeatable aura that Roy had at his heyday, fighter of the decade, fighter of the year, when Floyd had power and pop, Floyd wasn't even in the conversation. Roy was that great. He lost on a technicality because he punched somebody on the way down. He would have been undefeated going all the way up into heavyweight before losing to only come back down. If that had happened. He's that great. That's the only brother that's on his level from a technical perspective. It's insane. It's not just reference for the sake of greatness. It's greatness for the sake of greatness. And to say that, it's stupid. It's so stupid. It's one of the most ignorant things I've ever heard. And it's a shame it's coming from a man who, again, I respect. Because I know he knows boxing. But his view on boxing is skewing boxing. He views boxing as you can't get touched. If you're getting touched like that, you ain't no great fighter. If you're getting caught up, if you're getting cut up like that, somebody's able to land on you like that, again, he takes influence from Floyd. He does. Stylistically. That's what he thinks a great boxer is. I'm not knocking it, but I'm saying that is a small-minded environment to have your mind at when it comes to what actually makes a phenomenal boxer. Couple what he said about Inoue not really being all that great. Like, that's stupid. It's stupid, but like I've said this in the past, the way Shakur thinks about boxing affects the way that he fights and views it. This cat goes through and is about getting the win and not getting touched. He said it before. A fighter's a threat at the beginning of a fight, and a fighter is a threat when they're hurt. And a fighter's a threat at the end of a fight. So at all points in the fight, a fighter is a threat. So I should not take a risk. He said that, not me. He said that. I'm not making up this quote. He said that publicly. That's his mentality in fighting. That's his level of greatness. To come out unscathed. But even Floyd didn't come out unscathed in every fight. It is a small-minded viewpoint in what makes a great boxer a great boxer. And it diminishes truly what the greats were of the time because their styles still resonate today. People just can't do them. That's why they don't. Are we going to say Ali was just a product of his time? And but nobody fights like that now. He was a bum. He didn't bring his hands up. But only moved his head. Well, where was that? Where's your technique? But nobody can do that. Nobody can do that. That's why nobody does that. Because there's only one Muhammad Ali. Closest things to it was Larry Holmes. Stylistically. But nobody's Ali. Nobody is Sugar Ray Robinson. That's why they can't do what he does. He's a literal once in a lifetime figure. Once in a multiple lifetime figure. That's what he is. So you can't say that about him. Because if you really did watch that, but if you YouTubed him, like you say you did, you would know that what you said was completely wrong. You would know. You would know. And again, I'm not trying to disrespect, I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to just jump on people and harp on people and, oh, you hating on them. I'm not trying to do that. But we got to be careful when we talk about how we perceive these legends. Because at a point in time, it can get to a point where they get diminished when they shouldn't be. And then we see styles get gone and greatness, again, fall by the wayside. We can't let that. We can't let that happen. That's bad. That can be very, very bad indeed. I mean, he even came up he came up in weight to fight Jake LaMotta. But look, this cat moved up and fought, and then moved back down and kept on fighting. This brother was fighting. Every other fight was a different weight class, just about. Like, imagine, we talk about weight draining. We talk about fluctuating consistently. Can be a danger. This cat went from 160, 140, or 160, 148, 155, 162, 158, 160, 160, 147. He literally jumped up and down the ladder and still was whooping everybody on a week-to-week basis. Like, I'm telling, look, man, I'm not trying to be just some, you just an old head type of brother. I'm not trying to be that. But we know better than this. Like it's when you know history. Yeah, it's frustrating. It really, when you know history. And again, when you know history and you put it in its proper context and still you get people this out the way, it's so damaging to the sport. LaMotta beat Ray Robinson once. Ray Robinson proceeded to destroy this brother 5 times. What? Wasn't one of the fights like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre? Something massacre? St. Valentine's Day Massacre. One of the most bloody, violent fights and one-sided affairs we've ever seen a fighter in. And it was only, and it kept going because LaMotta just would not go down. But there has been few beatings worse than what Ray Robinson did to LaMotta. This man was David Benavidez. He was Mike Tyson. He was Muhammad Ali. He was George Foreman. He was Prince Nassim. He was Floyd. He was Sugar Ray. Everything you want as a fighter, he was that of his time. He was so great. They had the pound for pound exists only because of Sugar Ray Robinson. The only reason why we have pound for pound rankings in the first place was because Sugar Ray existed. Because people were saying, if you ain't heavyweight, you're not the greatest fighter of all time. But then Sugar Ray Robinson came along. And next thing you know, hey man, ain't no way this brother's better than Sugar Ray. There's no way. We got to make a new list. Because there's no way this brother's better than him. We had to create an entirely new system for looking at who is indeed the best boxer in the world, because this man exists in the sport. Because he was born, we can't look at the sport the same. That's how great this man was. And it's not because of hyperbole. He was the truth. He was it. In my opinion, he still is it. Like, he still is it for me. But to say he's a bum, of all things, again, with all due respect, that's one of the most stupid, idiotic statements I have ever heard anybody say. I don't care who you are. You can't be that stupid. You can't be that ridiculous. You can't be that blind to greatness, and you want to be great. Stupid. That's what it is. It's stupid. It's so stupid. Oscar's way more competent. Berlanga has lost to Canelo. Yeah, you're right. Again. Also, Moo Man, what's good with you? How you doing? Good to see you. I'm so sorry. I went on a tangent. I apologize. This was just a pressing matter. I had to address it because it was so disheartening to hear Shakur say that. But I'm sorry. We back in the flow. We back in the chat for making such a blasphemous statement like that. Hopefully, Cepeda knocks him out. Hey, look, brother. If we see Shakur lose this fight, these words are gonna come back to bite him. Because I tell you what, Sugar Ray wouldn't have lost to William Cepeda. I'll tell you what, if this does happen, I don't want him. I'm not saying he's gonna lose. I'm not saying I want him to lose. But I'm gonna tell you this right now: if he loses to William Cepeda, injury or not, shoot, we've seen Sugar Ray be cut up, bludgeoned up in fights that we've normally seen fighters stopped at and still came out to win. And we see Shakur lose to Cepeda, oh gosh, this interview is gonna bite him in the butt. I'm guaranteeing it's gonna bite him in the butt. Who has Cepeda fought that pound for pound? Again, Cepeda hasn't fought pound for pound talent, but he is still a great fighter. He is. And again, if you're going to say that Sugar Ray Robinson was a bum, then that means that Cepeda should not even be a blip on your resume. Cepeda should mean nothing to you on your resume then. If Ray Robinson is your standard for bum talent as a legendary fighter, then Cepeda should not be a thing that we use to even bolster up your own career. If anything, we should use it to diminish it, because you're fighting under your level. You're fighting under what greatness really is, apparently. If you want to go that route, which again, it's wrong. It's stupid. But it's I can't believe it's happening. Let me see. Dan DTM, what's good with you, brother? How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. GOAT Ali Pacquiao Robinson. That's not a bad list if that's your GOAT debate. Pacquiao has put together one of the greatest resumes we've ever seen in the sport. 8-time world champion. Has fought most everybody he fought in their prime. And he knocked them out. Beat him, destroyed him. Ridiculous. Has had wars left, right, and center with some of the greatest Mexican boxers of all time, like Juan Manuel Marquez, Diego Corrales, and a litany of others. Miguel Cotto. Martin, not saying he's Mexican, but in terms of just a litmus test of people who he has fought, it's been exquisite. He fought, again, he beat Keith Thurman, a prime Keith Thurman. Later, he beat a prime Adrian Broner. That is one of the greatest careers we've ever seen. There's nobody, it's hard to think anybody else could do from 108 when he was actually like 99 pounds. Going all the way up to 147 and winning a title in every division going up there. Becoming fighter of the year multiple times. Fighter of the decade. As power personified and one of the fastest hands we've ever seen. One of the fastest boxers in boxing history. It's insane. He's ridiculous. So I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at that at all. Can't compare Ray Robinson to nobody. Maybe Jake LaMotta, but nobody else. He better than Ali. And Ali said it himself. Ali said pound for pound, he is the greatest fighter of all time. This is in Ali's heyday. Like I said, Ali modeled his fighting style after him. So we're not dealing with somebody that even the greatest said, I'm not the greatest. You know how bad you gotta be to be that? You know how bad you gotta be to make Ali say, nah, this brother better than me? While he's still fighting? Nah, that's ridiculous. That's insane. El Booger, what's good with you? How you doing? Salute to you. Thanks for tuning in to the show. I like Shakur, but yeah, that was a silly thing for him to say. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's so enraging. What was Jack Dempsey? Jack Dempsey's record was, let me pull up real quick. I don't have it off the cuff. He was beaten. It wasn't a lot. Because again, as a heavyweight, which again is ridiculous. He was able to fight as a heavyweight. That's why Tyson uses him as, hey man, that was one of my favorite fighters ever. Because Jack Dempsey was animalistic. And Tyson lauded him for that. But Jack Dempsey's record, he was 53-6. So like he lost 6 times. He had 43 KOs. And then, again, mind you, this brother was considered a small heavyweight. One of the biggest wins he ever had was against, I believe, was it Gene Tunney or was it Wolf Farmer? Let me see. What was the fight that put him on that pedestal of, oh man, this brother just conquered it? What was the fight they did it? Was it against which one was it? Which one was it? Which one was it? Yeah, I think it was Tunney. I think it was. I believe it was it Tunney or Wilder? When did let me look. I think we looked this up before. I can't. It's not hitting me. Y'all gotta think. Let me look it up. It had to be Tunney, wasn't it? It had to be. Was it not? Maybe I'm wrong. You know what? I'll look it up later. I don't want to waste time with the show. But no, but he was indeed. That's what Jess Willard. That's what I was thinking of. Jess Willard. Thank you. Tevon. Actually, Tez Vaughn, thanks for tuning in. How you doing? Appreciate it. Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning into the show. I apologize. I almost missed your chat. Thank you. You helped me out a lot. I was blanking. I knew he had a win that defined his legacy. And it was against a giant. But you're right. It wasn't Gene Tunney. He did lose to Gene Tunney twice. Later in his career, I think those were the last 2 fights in his career, I think. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I think those were the last 2 fights in his career or leading up to the end of his career. But regardless of which, Jess Willard, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, he lost to Tunney. He beat the giant Jess Willard in dominant fashion. I was like, oh my gosh. You saw the Dempsey roll and all that stuff. Great. Incredible. Phenomenal. Mike Tyson has him as one of his favorite fighters of all time, him and Roberto Duran, because Jack Dempsey as a smaller heavyweight, especially in that fight. But it was insane. Was insane. Again, 53-6 to 43 KOs. Like preposterous. Ridiculous. But again, I appreciate it. Thank you for helping me out. Thank you for helping me out so much. And also, glad that you're here. And if you like what you're hearing, hey, leave a like on the stream. Absolutely. And so, the great day. So now, and again, I don't want to harp on just legends. I don't. Like I said, I don't want to just revisit history. But it's important to understand that when we're dealing with these historic fighters, yes, boxing has evolved. The evolution of the sport is still natural, but that does not always mean that the best of the sport is still only relegated to the current day. That it doesn't always mean it. At least for boxing specifically. NBA, sure, we can have, there's a lot of people that the top 10 or top 25 list of players has shifted drastically in the past 50 years because players have come along, and yes, they were indeed better than players of the past. Their talent was better. Their production was better. Though the past may have greater accolades, there is a legitimate not disparity. There is a legitimate leap that, okay, yes, this qualifies us putting a new era into these lists more and more because they are indeed objectively better. Boxing, that's not the same case though. Boxing is one of the few sports where it's not always the modern day being the best of the best. George Foreman would be diabolical in today's heavyweight division. He would. Evander Holyfield would be diabolical in today's heavyweight division. Riddick Bowe would be insane for today's heavyweight division. And the majority of those I named outside of Riddick Bowe were smaller. The middleweight division of the past would be trouncing a lot of the middleweights today. 140, 147, ridiculous. Of the past. Again, between 130 and 140 of the past, we got Ryan, Devin, Tank, T.O. as the four of that, sect of divisions. As okay, they're the biggest names, brother. From like 130 to 160. Hearns, Hagler, Leonard, Durant, Benitez. And shoot, I'm forgetting people. I'm forgetting people. Genuinely, the talent pool and the talent and ability was better in the past than it was in the modern day. To some degree, it's because unlike with other sports like basketball, football, boxing used to be one of the biggest sports in America. It used to be one of the biggest three. Baseball, football, boxing. And at one point in time, boxing was leading the charge. And it was, everybody wanted to be a boxer. Now, everybody doesn't want to be a boxer. Some of the best athletes don't want to be boxers. They want to play baseball. They want to play football. They want to play basketball. Golf, even tennis, all this stuff, which again, no problem. But the pool of talent and the pool of physical ability was a lot deeper back then than it was and is right now, as well as the practiced talent and the evolution of the game was better. And in many cases, peaked in those past eras. And it has downgraded since we've seen time go on. After the 90s, you cannot tell me that it was the same level of, forget just star power, but just latent quality talent throughout the entirety of boxing, regardless of divisions. There were lulls. There were lapses. There were situations where it wasn't as compact, where every division had talent. I'm not saying that they were bad. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm trying to paint you a picture of what has changed with this sport to go through and cause what we see now to be what we see now. We're saying there's a resurgence in boxing since 2023, which is true. Not just from popularity, but also because there's a lot more valid players across weight classes now than we had seen in 2020, Like the early, from the early 2010s on. It wasn't that great. And people also weren't fighting each other. Now we're getting that. And actual who's better than who, we're starting to get those pictures painted now. We are validating the greatness of boxers now, though it's later. But they're getting validated now. It's because, yeah, this man is at this stage, at this stage, at this stage. He's that great. But I'm telling you, back then, earlier than we see it validated now, okay, yeah. Leonard's that man. Duran is that guy. Hagler's that guy. Benitez is that guy. Barkley is that guy. Tony is that guy. Way earlier. In terms of established talent and understanding of what your actual ability is. And the chances that we're also taking were a lot more steep. I'm not trying to dismiss what we're seeing today. Never. We're seeing insane talent. I've already said it anyway. He's one of the greatest boxers I've ever seen in the history of this sport. Regardless of hair. I've already said that. We've had Floyd. We've had Pacquiao. Absolutely. Pacquiao also fought in the 90s. We got Canelo now. Usyk. Fury. AJ. Before the downfall. Ben Rodriguez coming up. Terrence Crawford now. Errol Spence whenever he comes back. We have great Benavidez now. Bivol, Beterbiev. With other players like Callum Smith in terms of other game guys that are, hey, they're quality. We have that. We do. But we're not going to sit here and say that it was as great from an entire qualitative standpoint as the past. Because that's just a lie. That's just a lie. I can say for basketball has indeed gotten better and is objectively better now than it was in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s as a style of play. And from the players that are playing. I can say that. Yes, the greats are still great, but the litany of talent around the league is better than it's ever been before because the pool is bigger. And more people are playing this. And we're seeing new things change, evolve, games adapted. We've had 3 unicorns and all of a sudden Wemby comes into play. And boom, before that we had Arvydas Sabonis, who was Jokic before Jokic. We've seen the evolution and timeline get better and better with every passing generation in basketball. But with boxing, it's not the same one-to-one type of comparison. It ain't. It is not. The best case scenario, the best example of this, doggone it, was George Foreman. The late, great George Foreman. Big George Foreman retired in the heyday of Ali. In the waning heydays of Joe Frazier. After knocking out and beating Joe Frazier. After going to war with Ron Lyle. After looking to get his championship back. He lost. I think it was it Jimmy Young that he lost to? Retired. Had a literal encounter with God himself. In the locker room. Said, I almost died. I need to go change. Ken Pastor. Got person that he trusted robbed him of his money. 15 years later. Because of bankruptcy. Because, again, a friend robbed him of his money. From pastoring and opening up gyms to help the community. He came back to boxing. And gave Evander Holyfield one of the toughest tests of his life. Has had Mike Tyson admit, I didn't want any part of George Foreman when he came back. And beat Michael Moore for the heavyweight championship. And defended it a couple times. Mind you, this was the 90s. So brother, that's a perfect example of this is not a one-to-one example or comparison. That boxing is just so much better now, and the evolution really is what you say it is. Because it's not. Not saying that we haven't evolved. Not saying we haven't learned. Not saying we haven't done better. Not saying we haven't grown as a sport. We did some things out stylistically and brought new things in. I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is that this, what we see now, is still great. But do not forget what we had. Because we're still chasing what we had. Not out of nostalgia, but out of actual quality. Not because we just remember tinted sunglasses of yesteryear. Out of actual quality. We're trying to chase the old ways of boxing. The old talent pool and the old talent as a whole. Because it was better. And it got worse since then. Heavyweights were better. Lightweights were better. Most divisions were better. And they fought more. And they fought against better competition on an average basis. And they only had one belt. So you had to fight the best of the best to even get a shot at the title. And you weren't getting paid as much, so you had to fight more often. You were more conditioned. You fought longer. The rules were more barbaric. It went from there was no time limit to where you then had to go through and fight 40-something rounds, then 20-something rounds. And then referee stoppages. What stoppage? Brother, you go down, I'm counting right above you. Ain't no fighter going to the corner. He's right there on you. You better be ready, because the second you stand back up and I stop counting, he's coming for you again. Like what Jack Johnson, like what Jack Dempsey did to Jess Willard. Like what Jack Johnson did when he won the heavyweight title. It's evolved. We're not, and then went from that to regimented rounds, unlimited rounds formerly. The longest fight was what, 144 rounds just about? I might even be low ball on that. Almost a day of just straight hands. To then limited 22, then 15. And then it was regular fights of 12 rounds, championship fights of 15 rounds. And even then, brother, they were not as adept at stopping opponents when they got knocked down. You had even more opportunities to get back up and potentially get more punishment. The the punches were, or boxing scorecards were judged differently. It was valued more on activity than gauging which shot is a better shot. Nowadays, it is power punches versus jabs. Back in the day, it was brother who landed more. I don't care what punch you throw, how many punches you landed. That's what it was. Hence why you got more all-around action for every fight. The war with Leonard versus Hearns. The war with Hagler versus Hearns. Duran versus Hearns in the 2-round destruction. Duran versus Hagler in that 15-round war. Duran versus Barkley when he went up to light heavyweight. Like, I'm just using 4 names. I'm just using 4 names. But the litany of people, 4 names in one division. But the litany of greats past, present, or past, the litany of greats from the past, even as we mark the evolution of the sport. Still, even as the sport evolved, it got better up until the point that it stopped. We can't deny that. We cannot deny that. That's not me trying to just harp and say this generation sucks. We can't deny that. That's the truth. And since that's the truth, and we're still pining for yesteryear out of actual substance, not out of nostalgia, that should tell you something. And we're still saying Tank try to be, at least attempt to be, like a Roberto Duran. That should tell you something. It should. And we're calling the 4 kings of today 4 frauds because only 2 of them are actually fighting each other than anybody else, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. That should tell you something. that it ain't just about nostalgia. There's some substance there. I'm telling you, there's some substance there. Fighters are more crafty. Fighters were more crafty. Trainers are lacking. Coaching. Oh my gosh. Coaching was completely different. There was a litany of experts. We got every single trainer imaginable in basketball, tennis, baseball now. It's more lucrative and it's out there. It's abundant. We're losing the coaches of yesteryear and we ain't getting no great new ones. We thought Derrick James was it. That ain't working. Eddie Reynoso is good, but everybody's popping dirty for him, so we don't know what the word's going on there. Again, not saying I know all the information. What I do know is we ain't got nearly as many qualitative coaches as we do now to teach the styles. We don't. We got Roy Jones, but nobody can learn his style because he's the only one that can do it. That's the issue. We don't have Emmanuel Stewart, sadly gone. Custom model, sadly gone. Others gone. They're gone. They are dying out. That is problematic. That's so problematic. That is a horrifying thing to think about, but it's reality. It's reality. They were more abundant. And they made better fighters. They just did. Let me see. Also, Daryl Anderson, what's going on with that? I'm so sorry. I don't mean to go through these rants. I'm not trying to miss you all. It's just we get passionate. I'm so sorry. Hey, what's going on? Hey, John, do you think MJ will show up to the fight with Inoue? Yes, he will. That fight's been confirmed. If I didn't show it already, that fight got confirmed, I think yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. That fight got confirmed that he's going to be, where's that? I got the post. I know I got the post. Here we go. If you ain't seen it, and again, for those of you just tuning in. Inoue versus Akmadali, it's official. It's going down. It's happening. And it's happening on, let me scroll up a little bit for the date. September 14th. So, hey, I think we got lots of popping off in September. This is just another one of the bigger fixtures. So that's fights happening. So he's going to show up. Is he going to lose? I think he'll lose, but still. It's going to be a hard fight for Inoue. I promise you. It's going to be, especially with him being down twice, 2 fights back to back, off of a counter, with him coming in being aggressive. He can get up, but brother, nobody wants to take that type of punishment. If it's 3 times in a row, you get knocked down coming in. Compounding the momentum. Akmadali was going to try to do that again. And this time make it so that Inoue don't get up. So it's going to be a good fight. He's got Marlon Tapales as a training partner to prep for this fight, which is very good. Because Marlon Tapales gave him some great work. And he potentially can emulate the work that we see MJ do on the night of the fight. But it's going to be interesting. I promise you that. Listen, they used to box for hours, for 30 rounds under the blistering sun. The gloves barely had padding. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And again, I'm sorry. You were saying all this stuff while I was talking. I wasn't even reading the chat because I was just going. I was just talking. But it's like it's real. Let me see. Look into Jack Borrington. He was a bare knuckle boxer, a bare knuckle fighter. Created the rules of boxing. Huh? How did I know that? I'll do some research on it. That's a good thing to know, good thing to learn. I ask because we have already seen some boxers of that weight fell out of the fight with Inoue. I think you're referring to Sam Goodman. Daryl, I think you're referring to Sam Goodman. Sam Goodman got cut twice. That's partially, not partially, that's why. He got injured in training camp twice. First against Yi Jun Kim. Actually, it might have been before Yi Jun Kim. Was it before Yi Jun Kim? It was either for the Yi Jun Kim fight or for another fight. But it's Sam Goodman who's been the main guy to not fight Inoue because of injury. Everybody else, when they've planned to fight him, they've actually stepped in the ring. Doheny did it. Cardenas was scheduled to do it. He did it. Donaire, he did it. Topalis, he did it. So most of them, like outside of Goodman, everybody else has actually gotten in the ring with him. And so that's why it's will we see Sam Goodman actually get in the ring ever within the way? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But let me see. Jason Radcliffe, what's good with you, brother? Hey, how you doing? Glad to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. Leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. And again, please share the show with anybody you can. We got means to support the channel, Cash App, PayPal, and others in the description, and means in the description also. If you want to click the links, if you would like to help support and give to the show, I would love it. It would help to invest back in and help make this thing go forth. And please keep on sharing the show. Tell people about this. We have great boxing talk, great sports talk as a whole. Right now we're talking about boxing because that's the biggest thing going on. But yeah, I want to hear from you all. Your opinions and thoughts on the fight. Your opinions and thoughts on what's going on this weekend. Coach Shakur get upset. Oh, let's not forget, we got Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. And after I answer your question, I'm going to touch on that card as well, because that's a monumental card. Let me see. I think it's Bud all the way. So you're saying Bud's going to beat Canelo. I got you. I understand you. I feel you. Look, the brother, he has conquered giants before. Everything we're saying about Canelo now, excuse me, everything we are saying about Canelo now was said about Errol Spence when Crawford fought him. It was. However, this is also a different beast. Now, I still have Canelo winning. Let's be clear. I still got Canelo winning. I've been watching Canelo's fights to prep for a final breakdown of what this fight's going to be later on, either this month or next month. And I'm telling you, that hand speed of Canelo is something that people, I think, are really discrediting for what Crawford can really do. Now, I'm not saying Crawford can't win. He can. The threat level of Canelo versus Crawford is still there. But I think while Crawford is a better fighter right now, strength ain't the only thing that Canelo got. It ain't. Him being able to walk down opponents is still great. His defense is still great. And his hand speed. Again, when he knocked out Edgar Berlanga, it wasn't just because Berlanga, he was a bomb. He was going to get caught eventually. No. He set him up for it. See, Canelo's got a thing like George Foreman. George Foreman, what made him so hard to hit, or rather so hard to beat, and so hard to stop, wasn't just the outright power. It wasn't just the physicality. It wasn't just the framing and the mummy style of posturing you where he wanted to go to be able to land whatever shots he wanted. And the bowling uppercuts and the wide sweeping hooks that he would throw. Wasn't just that. Wasn't just toughness. He was a gold medalist for a reason. Part of it was because on top of the framing, on top of the deceptively good footwork that he did have, on top of his just outright strength and knowing how to use it to manipulate the body of his opponent, he could make every punch look the same. His uppercut and his hook blended so perfectly. It would start from here. Let me move back a little bit. His uppercuts would start. His uppercut would start from here. It's like if we, hold on, let me try to make sure. Can I stand? Okay, I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna squat so you can see me. But his uppercut would start from here. But he could commit and go up like that. Or he could go up like that. But it was from the same pocket. Like his overhand and his hook started out the same way. It started out the same way. Can I back up a little more? Okay, yeah. If he was throwing an overhand, it started from this pocket. Boom. If he was throwing a hook, it started from the same pocket. Boom. You didn't know which way he was coming from. His smash, his hook, like this. Like imagine you trying to read this and then read this. It's coming from the same way. So you don't know which one What shots getting thrown? Because it's all from the same pocket. And so that's what Canelo does with his hook to the body. It all comes from the same pocket. And so because it comes from the same pocket, it's hard to read what punch is actually coming out. So, and with the hand speed, if you guess wrong, you're not going to get out the way. You're not. You're not getting out the way. If you guess wrong on Canelo's shot, because it's coming from the same angle, you're not getting out the way of it. And that's why most of the time you see people like Callum Smith, like Berlanga and others, they just shell up because they can't read where his hook is going because it comes out the exact same way, both to the body and to the head. That's where Crawford I'm scared for. That's what I'm scared for. I am, because he was getting caught with the straight right by Manjumov. Yes, sure, he overcame it, but still he was getting caught by it. That's still a dangerous thing, absolutely. But even more than that, the hook, but that hook to the body, it ain't just a big sweeping thing that, oh yeah, you can read it. Brother, when he chooses to shift upwards, now that's when things get scary. Because if you guess wrong trying to block downstairs, you in trouble. You guess wrong blocking upstairs, you taking a tank bullet to the chest. And now if you start getting inside your own head of what's going to happen, brother, now you don't know what's coming. Don't let him use that uppercut, that unique jab uppercut that he uses. Don't let him use that. Next thing you know, you got three things coming from down below. Which one? Where is it coming from? What's doing what? It's a scary thing. It really is a scary thing. Let me see. Inoue he's training with the Tapales. Yeah. And from the reports I read, Inoue is training with Martin Tapales to get in the ring, to prepare for MJ, Ahmed Ali. So I believe that's true. If that is true, then that's great. I love it. That's phenomenal. That's perfect for me. Perfect training to get ready for the likes of MJ. And to not get caught with those shots. Like he got caught with against Cardenas and Lewis Neary. Because he can. MJ can do that. Ahmed Ali, MJ. Both are, Ahmed Ali is his name, MJ is the moniker. He can do that. He can do that. He can do that same thing. He can knock him down. Same hook. It can happen. So it can be a concerning thing. Let me see. He is, in my opinion, the best fighter in the world next to Inoue. Yeah, for most people, it's Usyk, Inoue, Crawford, Usyk, Inoue, Crawford. Wait, no, Usyk, Inoue, Crawford, Usyk, Inoue, Crawford, Usyk, Inoue, Crawford, Usyk, Crawford, Inoue, Crawford, Inoue, Usyk, Crawford, Usyk, Inoue, or Inoue, Crawford, Usyk, or Inoue, Usyk, Crawford. It's one of those three rankings that everybody's got. One of those 12, however many numbers it were. So you ain't lying. I think Inoue is a better fighter than Terrence Crawford. If Terrence Crawford wins this, yeah, he's my pound for pound number one. He's okay, absolutely. No question in my mind about that. He's my pound for pound number one. And so that's awesome. Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm very excited for that. Love King, what's good with it? Hey, good afternoon. How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. Leave a like on the stream since you're here. Keep on sharing the show. Tell everybody about it. Get them invested in what we got going on. Let everybody know we're having a great conversation and a great time right now on the Welch Report. We're having a great podcast right now. I love it. I really do love it. Yo, Flintlock, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Is it Flint Lockwood? Is that a reference? Is that a reference to the kind of what Shits and Meatballs movie? Maybe so. Hey, I love it. It's my favorite movie. Hopefully you ain't running down the street trying to tackle me like that. Like that police officer. I ain't about to have that one down. But let me see what you got to say right now, Flintlock. Usyk is not even close to pound for pound. Now, I don't agree with that. I think, now hold on a minute. Hold on, partner. Wait a second. There's a foul. There's a foul on the play. There's a foul on the play there. Hold on now. Usyk, from being cruiserweight undisputed to heavyweight undisputed, beating AJ twice. What was it? AJ Chisora? It was Chisora, AJ, and then Fury. Oh no, Chisora, AJ, Dubois, knocking out Dubois. Then Fury, and then Fury again. I'd say that's pound for pound. At least for me, I would say that's pound for pound. Let me see. Mac Borg, is it Borgerson? I think that's right. Matt Borgerson. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. Please leave a like on the stream since you are here, and share the show with everybody that you can. And please subscribe if you haven't already. If you're enjoying all this talking conversation, we're having a great time. Oh, we're loving it. Absolutely. Do you think Eddie Reynoso should be investigated after an 8th fighter in 5 years tested positive PEDs? Hey, look, we talked about it when Munguia got popped. We gave context to the Canelo thing. Okay, maybe, but now, with this being the 5th guy, I already said that at least a investigation should be done. Because now this is 2 fighters, at least this year's 2 fighters in less than a year. Now, with Eddie. And so unless Ryan was with Eddie Reynoso at the time of training, then it's 3. Whatever the case may be. Yeah, this ain't a good look. It ain't a good look. Like I said, there's people that know more about the PED situation and what goes on behind the scenes when it comes to boxing, drugs, supplements, and others, doping and whatnot. They can inform you a lot better than me. I can guarantee you that. But I can tell you this right now, it's not a good look. It ain't a good look at all. And something might need to be done to say, hey, brother, what's going on over here? Because this ain't kosher. This ain't kosher at all. I'm going to tell you that right now. It ain't kosher. Something's fishy going down. Absolutely. Pound for pound, Inoue, Crawford, Bam Rodriguez. Now, see, I love Bam Rodriguez in your top 3. I do. I can't lie. I do love it. He's in my pound for pound top 10. He's in my pound for pound top 10. I think I got him like 6. I think I had him like 6. Under Beterbiev and Bebo. Again, for me. If I can, there's an argument I can put him higher, that stuff. Understand him. Now, I don't think he's the best in the world. I don't think that. Not because his talent can't get up there or can't compete with the best of the best. But he's eking his way up there. I respect the list absolutely. Because that's the first time I've heard anybody actually say Bam Rodriguez as an actual viable name. So, thank goodness. Hey, applaud you for that. You know your stuff. You know your stuff. I love it. But I don't think he is top 3 level. At least not yet anyway. He's in my top 6. He can eke up. He can eke up to 5. Especially with now the inactivity of Bebo and Beterbiev not going down. He wins against Kafu in dominating fashion. That can help. That can help out a lot. Defending his belt, dominating at 118, which he's been doing for a long time, which I love it. Knocking out Chocolate, I believe, he knocked out Chocolatito, didn't he? Was it Chocolatito that he knocked out as one of the biggest wins of his career? Let me make sure that I got that right, because I don't want to how do I supposed to put his name? Here we go. Versus. Yep, it was Chocolatito. Yep. Knocked out Chocolatito. I remember I watched that fight. I had to just make sure my regulation was right. But yeah, again, I respect it. He hasn't fought. Yes, he did. He did fight him. Wait a minute, hold on, wait a second, hold on, wait a minute. We got some dissenting stuff. Let's check the resumes. Let's check the resume before we go through before I go through, and make some claims. I ain't got no problem being wrong. And I ain't got no problem looking. I ain't got no problem looking stuff up. I ain't got no problem looking stuff up at all. Cause he knocked out where's it at? He stopped Sonny Edwards. He knocked out Juan Francisco Estrada. And then I thought he had fought Chocolate. Did he not fight Chocolatito? Wait. Hold on. Wait a second. I was so sure. Unless I got my names mixed up. Okay, excuse me. My bad. I'm so sorry. You're right. You're right. I'm Wait, no, hold on. See, hold on. I'm getting confused. See, now I'm getting confused. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Has he fought Roman Gonzalez yet? Yes or no? Let me ensure. Let me ensure. Before I'm sorry, I'm not trying to hold up the show, but I need to make sure I got this right. Because I thought this brother had fought Chocolatito already. All right. So he hasn't fought him. You're right. You're absolutely right. He has not fought him. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for thank you for being patient with me. I'm so sorry. You're right. He hadn't fought. He beat Francisco Estrada. He beat Sonny Edwards. He's had some dominant wins. Has not fought Chocolatito. I do apologize. I do apologize completely. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I don't know why. I always thought this man had beaten Chocolatito. I was so sure. I just misremembered. I'm so sorry. I had my information wrong. I do apologize for that. I do apologize. Unless I'm okay, hold on. Let me read the chat. Let me see. Bam knocked out Roman Gonzalez? No, yes, he did. He did not knock out Roman Gonzalez. He didn't. He knocked out that guy. He knocked out the he knocked out the guy. That's okay. That's why. All right. My bad. He knocked out the guy that knocked out, or he knocked out the guy that beat Roman Gonzalez. I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah. Juan Francisco Estrada. That was the guy. Francisco Estrada, 48-4, 28 KOs. Got knocked out by Jesse Rodriguez. Francisco Estrada beat Roman Gonzalez. He beat him again. And then he beat Wagkick. Is it Wake? I don't know how to say that. He beat Double W. That's the best thing I can. He beat W squared. Good gosh, shoot. Whiskalisk, Wangkek, and avenging his loss from the first time. That's how it went. So Bam beat the guy that beat Roman Gonzalez. Bam beat the guy in Juan Francisco Estrada who beat Chocolatito. That's why that one was impressive. But he had never fought in Chocolatito directly. You are right. I was wrong. I was so sorry. I am so glad I looked it up. So I can make sure I have my information right. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now that we got that figured out. Thank goodness. Okay. Dubois stopped Usyk and got robbed. There's an argument. There's an argument. There's an argument. There's an argument. Now, I've been back and forth with low blow or body shot. I thought it was a clean shot. Now, understanding the rules, it was a low blow. However, refs have always said that shots on the belt line were okay, and under the belt line were not okay. And now on the belt line isn't okay. So I'm still confused on that. I just know that Dubois didn't finish the job when Usyk did get up, and he didn't go back down to the body. He didn't keep on attacking what seemed to be vulnerable. He didn't keep on moving like he moved against Jarrell Miller, like he did against Hrgovic, like he did against AJ. And if he had moved like that, he probably would have won. Now that he is moving like that against the Jarrell Millers, the Hrgovic, the Hrgovic's, the AJs of the world, now this fight, he can get his revenge. Oh, it's possible. I still got Usyk winning, but he can get his revenge now. This is a different Daniel Dubois. Don't let anybody fool you about that. This is a different Daniel Dubois that we've ever seen. This is the Daniel Dubois we wanted to see evolve from when he was a hot, dominant prospect coming up before the loss of Joe Joyce. He's not a quitter. He ain't none of that. He is the truth. It's real. It's real. So absolutely. Let me see, Matt. You can argue, as of right now, it's Bebo, Inoue, Usyk, Crawford hasn't been active enough to maintain top three. I hear you, but at the same time, I don't think that's the best thing to use to knock him off. Activity and consistency. I've talked about that as one of my 3 things as to why I've talked about activity and consistency as part of my criteria for top 3. Absolutely. But also, you have to take into account at this stage in boxing, with how fighters go right now, 1 or 2 fights a year isn't, it's not out the norm for most people. It ain't. Canelo's fighting at most twice a year. If we want to go on activity, Inoue's about to fight this will be his 3rd fight this year? This will be Inoue's 3rd fight this year. He's blowing it out the water when it comes to activity. David Benavidez is more active than most of the best boxers right now. But they're not as high as, again, outside of Inoue. The others aren't as high as, again, a Crawford or Usyk or Inoue. And so, consistency in activity, it is definitely a barometer that needs to be taking place. But it's also within the confines of taking into account what we have right now. Mind you, Crawford beat Madrimov. He beat him clean. He was getting a fight with Canelo. The only reason why he hasn't been back in the ring is because he has been training all this time to get in shape for Canelo. Now, I would love it if he got in the ring at 168 against a bum beforehand, just to get comfortable. Don't even got to be a great fighter, just against anybody. A little tomato can at 168 just to see what you can do. But even still, he's fighting Canelo, so he's working to get up to that weight to be able to compete with him. So that's also why he's not in the ring. And so that, because he's putting on from 154 to 168, that's like upward to 10 pounds of muscle, potentially more. Now, that's more than 10 pounds of muscle. That's closer to 15, 20. That's a lot. And so I don't think that's the right barometer to use for why, or that shouldn't be a main barometer for why somebody should not be in pound for pound conversation, or at least in that top 3 at this stage. Because it's also the previous body of work that you've done. And it's consensus that, there really ain't outside. It's hard to say people are better than those 3. It is. Just objectively on top of that. So it's like, I get what you're saying. I don't think that's the best way to look at it, at least from my vantage point. I got Brian Norman in my top 10. Now this This is bold. I can't lie. Hey, that's bold. That's bold. Now I love the win with Jin Sasaki. That was a phenomenal win with Jin Sasaki. That win put him on the map more than he's ever been witness to. And he already had knockout of the year contender earlier. This win validated, hey, this buddy Brian Owens is the truth for me. Absolutely. Pound for pound, I don't think so. Not there yet. He ain't there yet now. He's 24. He's growing. He's getting up there. But my gosh, ooh, that's a leap, boy. That's a leap. That's a big leap. So I don't know about that now. I don't know about that. Again, with all due respect, let me see. What else is going on? What else is going on? Somebody, come on now. Where's the rest of the chats? I see it coming. I see the chats. I'm trying to see why I ain't why they ain't coming forth. What's going? Hey, brother. Hey, what's going on there? Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. I can't be losing my chat. I need to see what y'all are saying. I need to keep on. We need to keep this energy up. I can't be having stuff going all right. Everything should be up to snuff now. My gosh. And another one. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we gonna rock. We gonna work. I don't know what's going on. We gonna work. Let me see. Daryl, I see you. Can I since this thing? Let me see if I can do this and bring this up this way. Can I bring it up this way? Can I do it this way? Hypothetically, maybe. Potentially no, and it's not working. Dang it! All right, it ain't working. Okay, I'm gonna have to read it because for some reason stuff ain't popping up no more from the thing. But let me read what you had to say, Daryl. The fight will be tough, and I think MJ and Eddie Hearn were disrespectful towards Inoue and making likes about him. It will go bad for MJ. When that happens, it will go terribly wrong. Look, I don't know why Eddie Hearn, as a promoter, of course he's going to do that, because he's got to get the fight up, get the fight hype and all this stuff. But there is a level of disrespect seemingly coming down the pipe when it comes to Inoue and his resume as a talent, which I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get what's up with the ire against the likes of Inoue. This man has routinely done everything necessary to prove he's about that life and more. He is the truth in a way that everybody's been asking for people to be. If you're gonna put up or shut up, put up or shut up. He has done it countless times over and over against competition that even when it's substitutive competition, it's still competition that is game and is dangerous and further validates how good this man really is as a fighter. So it boggles my mind that continually we see this man get a level of disrespect when it ain't earned. And it isn't earned in the slightest. And it can go back. It can definitely go back. We saw what happened last time somebody disrespected Inoue's coach. They got put to sleep. Yeah, but they got put to sleep bad. I think that was in the Super Series. I believe that was in the Super Series when Inoue ultimately beat Donaire. But I believe that brother, I forget his name, but he went and was dominant. And he started jawing. I think he pushed Inoue's coach. And Inoue just said, okay. And they came back and knocked him out in like 3 rounds. Put him comatose. Put that brother comatose. He couldn't even get up. Glued to the canvas. Oh, it was evil. It was evil. Evil in the most insane sense. So yeah, no, it may not go well. It may not go well at all. Let me see. Flintlock. MJ will be knocked out. Nobody beats Inoue. Inoue stops Shakur if they fight. Now, that is a dream fight. That's a dream fight. That's a dream fight if I've ever heard of one. I have Inoue, the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. I think I'm going to start having him up there too. I think I got him up there too. And I've had Usyk for the longest time. I have. But that fight with Roman Cardenas showed me something, again, something special. And with everything I take into account when I do pound for pound, I at least have Usyk in. I got Usyk in a way, 1A, 1B. And I got Crawford the second. It's close. It's close. And again, all three of them are like here. It ain't like one is just towers. They're all like here. And with the nature of this sport, it can change at the drop of a hat. This could change this weekend. If we see Usyk handle Dubois like in a month or two, in like 2 rounds after Dubois has resurged and become a threat to anybody, or even a threat to the likes of Tyson Fury, and we fought against him right now, and Usyk handles him in easier fashion than the first fight, yeah, he's back to pound for pound number 1. We have to we have to give respect. It wouldn't make sense. Because, brother, that's insane. That would be insane. But it's I wouldn't even be wrong if people had a 3-way tie between Usyk, Fury, or Usyk, Inoue, and Crawford as pound for pound, who's at the top and who's at the third. I would not be mad if it was a 3-way tie. Because we got all 3 of them are chasing insane lengths. Inoue's defending against a dangerous Akhmadali. Usyk's fighting Dubois, and Crawford's fighting Canelo. Crawford beats Canelo. Crawford's pound for pound number 1. There's no question. There is no question. There's none. He's probably going to be one of the greatest fighters to ever live. The pantheon of GOATs is going to have to be shifted. The all-time ranking, somebody's going to have to get bounced. Because there's a new standard. Because you're going to have to make room for this brother. Chisel this man's name into Mount Olympus. Because there's a new statue going to have to be built on that mountaintop. Because that would be one of the most insane feats we've ever seen in boxing history. It would. Canelo, if he fights Crawford and beats him, he just solidifies his greatness. Bing, bang, boom. Canelo, if he ever fights Dave Benavidez, Canelo can get back to that pound for pound number 1 spot. If he fights and beats Dave Benavidez, he can get back up there. He's still in there now. Though he ain't been fighting the count I wanted to fight. And it's been lackluster outside of Munguia from the standpoint of perceived what their status was. It's different when it's unknown and you're surprised. It's different but it's another thing when somebody didn't deserve it. Like Berlanga. And they give you good work. Now that ain't that. Or having a bad fight with William Skull. Going the distance with Charlo. Ain't great. It ain't great. Again, we've talked about context surrounding it, but just in the whole, we've talked about context surrounding all of those fights, absolutely. But in the whole of the conversation, yeah, it ain't great. It ain't great. It is not great. It ain't great at all. It's not great at all. I promise you that. But it can go either way. Inoue beats Akhmadali and then goes on to fight Junto and knocks out Junto. Pound for pound number 1. Pound for pound number 1, if he does it. Usyk fights Dubois, beats him, then fights Fury, hypothetically, and beats him too. Pound for pound number 1. There's a lot of ways this thing can go. There's a lot of ways this thing can go. And so we're excited to see how it all unfolds, absolutely. Bam Rodriguez better stay away from Inoue. Now, here's the thing. I wanted to say this and ask this about Inoue versus Bam Rodriguez. When Bam gets bigger, is it going to be like what we saw with the likes of Boots? The bigger Bam gets, the better Bam can get. Because the bigger Boots gets, the more destructive he gets. At least that's what we assume. Now he's moving up to 154 wholly. We've been saying that if we see Boots move up to 154, he's going to be more destructive. He's going to not only not be weight drained, but he'll be able to more fully use his entire body because he's closer to his walk-around weight. And he's unlocking an even more destructive dimension to his game. If we see that happen, who's to say the same thing can happen for Bam Rodriguez? And who's to say that Bam Rodriguez, when he fights Inoue, this is gonna happen. When he moves up to 122, might just be a dangerous brother. Because again, Bam's best weapon is angles and counters. What's the biggest thing that's gotten Inoue in terms of catching him, hurting him, putting him down, putting that man in trouble? It's been counters. Donaire, when he caught him with an orbital bone, a trading counter. Lewis Neary, trading counter with Inoue. Roman Cardenas, slipping counter. But all of them were counters. It's a thing, and with the way that Inoue fights, he is susceptible to them. Again, just like with Sugar Ray Robinson. He fought aggressor. Inoue studied Mexican warriors. Julio Cesar Chavez and others. Salvador Sanchez and others. This is that is why he fights the way that he fights. Because that he was taught to be that. He was gleamed to be that. He was molded to be that. He's technical in every other asset, but just by proxy of being that type of fighter, you are susceptible to potentially getting caught with a counter. And Bam is a master at that. In his young, flourishing career, he's a master at that. So so it is not out the question. It's not out of the question. By the time Bam actually gets to Inoue, yeah, we say, Bam, stay away for now. For now. For now. But brother, once it's time to go, this ain't it. This can be real. This can be dangerous. This can be a real monstrous affair between the two. I'm serious. And it can be bad. And let's see. Bam got put down by Juan Francisco. Yeah, no, he did. He did. You're right. He got caught. I remember. I watched that fight. He got caught and he got hurt. And he got put down. But look at how he responded. Look at how he responded. He went and destroyed Francisco Estrada. He destroyed him. He went and he absolutely destroyed that brother. And I'm not saying that in a bad sense because, Francisco ain't really all that. No, Francisco's like that. And the fact that Bam Rodriguez, after getting knocked down, went and did that type of work after getting caught. Again, we've seen it with Inoue. How he responds when he does get rocked. He's got that sixth gear. He's got that next place. In fact, let me. Where's my thing? He's got that next level. He's got that new foundation. He's got that deeper hole that he can dig. He's got that next gear that he can shift to. He's got that switch that he can flip that can cause him to be everything that he needs to be and more. What's the term? What for my whatchamacallit? For my anime fans. All Might. My Hero Academia. Go Beyond Plus Ultra. That's what he does. Especially when he gets hurt. Everybody doesn't have the skill. No question. Everybody doesn't have that ability. Everybody does not have the luxury to have that in their back pocket, but he's got it. Bam's got it. And who's to say that once he moves up to 122, or even as soon as 120, he's at 115. I'm sorry, he's at 115 right now. He can move up to 118. Same weight class that we see Junto at right now. Then 122. Once he moves up from 115 to 118, You better watch out. Better watch out, man. Because I got a sneaky suspicion that just like with Boots, the bigger that Bam gets, the better he's going to be. He's been hurt. He's been knocked down, absolutely. But, brother, it doesn't matter because the way he gets up and the way he responds and the way that he goes through and absolutely kills anybody in his way, it's masterful. It's insane. It's ridiculous. It's sublime. It's pound for pound level greatness. That's what it is. It's pound for pound level greatness. No question about it. But let me keep on reading. And again, I'm trying to get the working chat back up right now. I don't know why I can't bring the names up, but I see y'all there. Like Macau B. Hey, brother. What? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, let me do this right. There we go. Hey, brother. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. Salute to the Watch Report and the chat. Salute to you, my man, and anybody else, man, woman, child, whoever's in the show. We love you. We're appreciative. All of you. I don't care who you are. We're glad that you're here. And please leave a like on the stream. Shoot, it's been what, 3 hours, 13 minutes. I don't know how long we're gonna go because at this point we just have a great conversation, left, right, and center. It has been a blast working with you all right now. We're probably gonna, if we want to, we can go to 3:30. We can go to 3 hours 30 if need be. I'm not saying we will, but we can if this conversation keeps on going. But I don't want to hold y'all up. So again, if y'all say end it, and we can end it absolutely. Plus, I got some stuff I got some stuff I have to do. So we'll probably top it off at 3:30 most likely. But again, let me read the rest of the chats before I keep on going. Hold on. Is that Carlesia Queen? I think that, hopefully I'm saying this correctly, but Carlesia Queen, what's good with you? Hey girl, how you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. Appreciate you tuning into the show. So happy that you chose our humble abode as your means of entertainment on this afternoon. Please, if you haven't already, leave a like on the stream. Glad to see that you're here. And again, I'm trying to get the chat up so I can actually bring it up on the screen. But while I'm working with this, let me read what you got to say. Saul versus Bud, what's your thoughts? Canelo versus Bud Crawford. I have I got Canelo winning. I think it's going to be a fight that Canelo's going to have to, you going to have to work. He going to have to work. Because he outside of Floyd on a mental level, he hasn't fought somebody like this, but at the same time, he's evolved from that Floyd fight. Canelo is a better physical fighter. Crawford is a better technical fighter. Crawford is a better fighter outright at this stage in his career right now. Yes, he is. No question. No question. More tools in his tool belt, can fight from both stances equally. One of the greatest switch hitters we have ever seen outside of marvelous Marvin Hagler. He's got pop. He's got precision. He's got everything he needs to win, but we don't know how he's going to be at 168. Now, with that being said, the playing field between Crawford and Canelo is not that far off now from the standpoint of height and size difference. Power, it's still Canelo. But from the standpoint of Canelo just going to bully Crawford, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be like that. Because Crawford looks to be at least comparable in strength to him at this 168 weight class, seeing them face off against each other face to face. In ring, we don't know. But the gap don't look nearly as big. And on top of that, Crawford in his own right is one of the pound for pound strongest fighters in boxing today. That's not hyperbole. That's legitimate. That's the truth. Ain't nothing fake about that. Ain't nothing fake about that at all. And because of that, it's gonna be a tough fight. Now I have Canelo winning because I think that even though Crawford is a better technical fighter and is a more skillful fighter, Canelo, if Crawford's here, Canelo's here. It ain't that big of a gap between the two at this stage right now. And Canelo's this elite with this level of physicality. You have to understand it. Hand speed, it's not as far off with Crawford and Canelo. Foot speed, it ain't that far off with Crawford and Canelo. IQ, it ain't that far off with Crawford and Canelo. Though Canelo has regressed, it ain't that far. So it's like Canelo is comparable Crawford is comparable to everything Canelo is physically. Comparable, not better, but comparable to everything Canelo is physically. But skill-wise, he is better. Canelo is comparable to everything that Crawford is mentally. But physical-wise, he's better. It's a mirror image of polar opposites between who brings what to the table. I'm in your ballpark in one avenue, but I'm better than you in another. And it's the same thing vice versa, just on different scales. Canelo as a skill boxer is elite. Crawford's more elite, but Canelo is better physically and is stronger. And hand speed is also deceptively scary. Crawford is a better technical boxer than Canelo and has higher IQ. But he is not as big as Canelo. But he is still comparable. He is. And his foot speed is better. His footwork is better. So it's a juxtaposition on both ends. And boy, it's a fight that every which way, I don't care, every which way you look at it, it is intense and it is so, and for every argument you can make that it should be a wash, there's another argument that there's an upset on the horizon. And for everyone that you can make that Canelo should clean house, Crawford can counter him to oblivion and knock him out, hypothetically. Crawford can make him look foolish. Crawford can slow him down. Crawford can fight on the inside with him. There's arguments. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying there's arguments. Like I said, we're going to break down the fight later on in the months coming. We are. But I'm telling you, don't take this fight as just a given that Crawford ain't got no chance or Canelo is just too slow. Neither of those things are true. Neither of those things are true. I'm telling you that right now. But let me see what you all got to say as I'm still fixing the chat. Let me see. Thoughts on Canelo has a huge problems with Bebo. Bud Crawford is two Bebos. Bebo also had size. Bebo was also bigger than Crawford. That's another thing. Bebo was bigger than Crawford. And Bebo could take the punishment of Canelo and still do what Bebo wants to do. And Canelo was also drained in weight not drained, but he was too blown up at 175 at that stage in his career, though he had already fought there against Kovalev early. At that point, his body couldn't handle it in the same way that it used to. He was slower, more predictable, was more willing to try to goad you for counts, not walk you down, but let you come in. Was more accepting of fighting on the back foot because he was tired. He was blown up by round 7. And so everything wasn't the same. So that's why, yeah, it come a little bit of a different connotation with why that fight went into play. But mentally, yeah, Crawford's there with Bebo. He's got bigger reach than him. He could theoretically do it. He could. It's gonna be dangerous, but he can do it, absolutely. Let me see. Queen. Excuse me. Is it yeah, Carlesia. I just want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly. I want to make sure I get it right. Carlesia Queen, thoughts on Devin Haney moving up to 247 and Tank versus Roach rematch? Well, speaking of Tank and Roach rematch, stay right here. Hold on. Let me pull this up right now. I've been waiting for a point in time when I could pull this clip up for you. Where's it at? Where's it? Come on now. Here we go. Right here. Okay, I'm saying it right. Okay, thank you. Okay, hey, it works now. Okay, we got the chat back. Thank gosh. Thank goodness. We're working again. All right, yeah. I'll tell you, I'm doing all this by myself. I'm glad I got it figured out. Okay, we're working. We're cooking with grease. But here, let me show you. This with Roach and Tank. More so the aftermath.
So for me, that Tank.
The aftermath of this. Eddie Hearn went on All the Smoke fight, another podcast. If you can check it out, please. But he had to say this about what's going on with that Tank fight versus Lamont Roach at all. Oh, wait. Can y'all see it? Wait a minute. Can y'all see it? Okay, y'all can see it. Here we go. Let me play it for you right now.
Tank fight. I mean, as I understand it, Tank's fight. So for me, that Tank fight. I mean, as I understand it, Tank's fighting Jake Paul, which is the most bizarre thing ever. But I'm sure it'll do massive numbers. Right. And I don't know what'll happen with the Lamont Roach fight, but I just hope that, you know, again, I don't know Tank, but he looks like a guy that could get his money and go next boxing.
Maybe.
Right.
So,
But I just hope we get the Shakur fight before that moment. So for me, that Tank fight.
So, see, hey, hold on now. Wait a minute. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. My gosh, no. Please, no. Please, no. So apparently, per Eddie Hearn, at this point in time, he doesn't even know if that fight's going to take place. He doesn't even know if that fight is going to transpire. And it's dangerous. And also, I wanted to show this as well. This picture. In fact, let me make sure I get the actual account so y'all don't think I'm bluffing. Y'all don't think this is Photoshop. This was a real picture of Jake Paul meeting with Turkey Al Sheik when in reference to fights coming up. And it's gonna take me, hold on. It's gonna take me a minute. It's gonna take me a minute. This is the official Turkey Al Sheik Twitter account. Also, hey, Jim Lampley's coming. Okay, great. Hey, Jim Lampley's coming back. That's great. That's good. He's getting consistent work now. Sure, he never left the sport, or rather, shouldn't have been isolated by the sport. I hate it. Be the way. So again, as you can see right here, this is real.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems here.
This is from his account. This is him posing with Turkey Al Sheik at Saudi Arabia. And every time we've seen a boxer do this, what happens? Plans are getting made for him. And as we see, Jake Paul reposted and said, my /MVP's goals has always been to disrupt and grow boxing. And Turkey has done it in massive ways. Collaborating only helps ensure boxing for women and men continues to grow and regain its place as the biggest sport in the world. Do you know what that means? That means that we might not get Tank and Roach. Because let's not forget, we have a date for when the fight's supposed to happen. August 16th. It's supposed to happen. But we don't have any official announcement that fight's happening again. Per what I understand, as I've just recently learned, Tank ain't even signed a contract yet to make the fight actually take place. So this could legitimately be that we don't get a Tank fight versus Lamont Roach at all. I'm so serious. I'm so serious.
We got some problems here.
I'm not. This is bad. And again, this is so bad in so many ways. But just so you're clear, if you're just tuning in, again, we're in the championship rounds, so you can ask and talk about anything you want to on the show right now. Tank and Lamont, at this point in time, is scheduled for August 16th. However, Tank, from what I understand, has not signed a contract yet to make that fight official. And no official announcement has taken place on a public scale to say, yes, this fight is signed, sealed, posters are made and it's going down. And now Turkey is meeting with the likes of Jake Paul. Legitimately. And we've heard rumors that that fight with Tank and Jake Paul was going to take place after the Lamont Welch fight was going to happen if Tank had won. And I told you, even if Tank loses this fight with Tank, we could still get a fight with Jake Paul. And lo and behold, look at where we're at. On the cusp, the precipice of potentially that happening. Because I tell you this right now. Jake Paul isn't going there to fight Zerto. Let's pump the brakes right now on that. Jake Paul's not going there to fight Zerto Ramirez. No, that ain't happening. We know that's not happening. He's not going to fight Zerto. He's not going to fight Zerto Ramirez. He's been in the game for 2 reasons. To fight Canelo and to fight Tank Davis. Tyson, Canelo, and Tank. Those were the 3 names that he wanted to fight. He got Tyson. Stupidly, he got Tyson. And I spit in the face of that whole debacle. Now, the card itself was great. Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor, phenomenal. Barrios versus Ramos, loved it. But everything else, no. Horrible. But, like I said, Jake Paul, he's good and bad for the sport. He's helping make great cards. Using his name to get actual great matchups on. He is the catalyst while we're getting Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano 3 on the greatest women's boxing card we have ever seen in history on Netflix this weekend. That features Alyssa Baumgartner. That features Savannah Marshall. That features a bevy of great women's talent. The only thing is missing is Clarissa Shields. That's it. But even without her, it's the greatest card we've ever seen in women's boxing history. Yes, it is. No question in my mind. Stars are plenty and championships going left, right, and center. We love it. So he's great on that aspect of the sport. But beyond that, he's a bum. An outright bum. In every sense of the word. This brother is a bum. That once he gets his dough, he's not staying in this sport after Tank or Lamont. And if he goes after a title, 1, he does not deserve to get one. And 2, he won't go in the first place because if it ain't Canelo and if it ain't Tank, he's not risking losing. We know this. Do you know why? Because this brother was already offered 2 shots at a title after he beat Mike Tyson. Artur Beterbiev and Daniel Dubois, both over DMs, legitimately said, hey, I'll give you a shot at a title. Come to the negotiation table. They weren't fake offers. It was real. And Jake Paul said, well, now everybody wants to get in the smoke. Now everybody wants to fight me now. Now I'm the biggest thing in the sport. Left, right, and center, but didn't respond to not a doggone one of them. But those were legitimate title shots. He's not after titles. He's after clout. And once he can run it dry, he's done. He's done. I'm telling you, he's done. He's not fighting Badu Jack. Badu Jack's going to kill him quicker than the likes of Zerto would kill him. He's not calling out Jai Apatat. He's not fighting Anthony Joshua. Excuse me, he didn't call out Jai Apatat because he's never going to fight him. He's not fighting Anthony Joshua because he's never going to fight him. Because you would have fought Daniel Dubois. If you're going to fight AJ, you would have fought Daniel Dubois when he offered to beat you or when he offered to fight you after he did beat AJ. You would have taken the fight. You're not fighting Zerto because Zerto will play with you and then kill you in the later stages. Again, Badu Jack will just kill you in 4. Zerto will carry you to 7, make you look foolish, and then go and put you out. You're not beating him. And you ain't fighting no other competitive person at cruiserweight. You ain't even fighting Vidal Ridley. You ain't even fighting Vidal, who is an actual influencer / YouTuber turned into an actual boxing fighter. who went through the ringer, who went through the actual work, became a British champion, and has an actual regional belt to his name. Brother, you ain't fighting them. So we know you're going after Canelo and Tank. And now this fight with Tank versus Lamont Roach may actually not happen at all. It may not happen at all. It could be up in smoke. All this training, all this talk, all this rah-rah. Ain't no official announcement. Ain't nothing more. It's just, it can fall by the wayside at the drop of a hat. At the drop of a hat, it can all go away. Now, hey, I'll say this. I will say this. With the track record that we know Turkey has done whenever anybody works with him, even his fights that are supposed to be spectacles, like Ngannou versus Fury or Ngannou versus AJ, guess what? They were still competitive. They were. There has not been a fight that Turkey has put on almost the entirety of his run, spectacle or not, that has not been actual substantive, hard-fought competition. You can say what you want about Turkey. You can't deny that about him. You can't deny that at all. And because of that, if Jake Paul is really going into this Lions Den, brother, he won't be able just to fight anybody and everybody. Because Turkey has said he doesn't like the circus either. So if Jake really is going to do this, and if he is really teaming up with the likes of Turkey Al Sheikh to actually put something on with MVP, with him as a headliner, it ain't going to just, if this does happen, the best case scenario, if history keeps on repeating itself with how Turkey goes about making his fights, then Jake Paul is going to have to actually fight somebody. Then Jake Paul is really going to have to go and work. He's not going to fight just, I don't care if he's ranked or not. I don't care if the WBA went back and stripped him of his ranking that they were going to give him that was undeserved, which was the right decision. Guess what? If Jake Paul is working with Turkey and Turkey does not budge in making fights that if you're going to work with me, you're going to work. But he's about to get knocked out. He's going to get knocked out. He's going to get knocked out. He is going to get knocked out. I can guarantee you. If Turkey does not let Jake Paul walk the circus tightrope that he's been doing and force him to actually operate as if you're going to be a boxer, you're going to fight somebody that's actually got some skill, that is young. You beat that, then we can make more fights down the line. You don't beat that, I ain't messing with you. He works with that. Yeah, Jake Paul's going to sleep. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He is dead. He is dead. He is gone. Finito. Finished. It's done. This whole circus goes up in smoke. Ain't no Canelo. Ain't no Tank. Ain't none of that. If we see Turkey keep the standard that he's been doing, oh yeah, no, Jake Paul's losing. He's losing that, right? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. If Turkey forces him to, okay, if you're going to work with me, you're going to fight somebody clean and youthful, that's a threat. You ain't a champion. But if you really want to be about that, we'll put you in the ring with somebody who is a champion. Forget cachet. Forget big time money. You're going to work to get what you want. Then yeah. He's going to lose. He's going to get knocked out. It's going to be a 10-round affair. 3 rounds. Ain't no speculative, you can't knock, no, none of that. Ain't no contract potential, or you can't touch him, or you can't knock him out, all that stuff. Because again, all that was put to rest, it's been put to rest for a while. Fighters just couldn't beat him because either they were too old, too slow, too old, or too old. But now, nah, you ain't gonna have that. You get put out and you get put out. Make him cut his beard too. Shoot, make him cut his beard. Make him get rid of that big old beard that he's got. that should not be regulation in boxing. It shouldn't be. Teddy Atlas talked about this too. Ain't no reason why. Canelo ain't even got a beard that big. Canelo doesn't even have a beard that thick when it comes to him boxing on a day-to-day basis. That is extra protection. And I get it. If you can grow it, you shouldn't be penalized for it, and you should be able to have it. That's fine. But there are, at least there used to be, regulation standards for how much hair you can have on your chin to help protect yourself if you could grow it naturally. And Jake Paul is essentially walking in like a doggone forest man, like a lumberjack, with all that hair being able to help cushion the blows on his chin and protect him from getting knocked out if he gets caught clean. That ain't right. Turkey, if you're gonna work with this brother, make him work all the way. Make him be. He's been training for 8 years. Make him work. Make him work. Put him under every stipulation that every other boxer got to do. And make him fight actual, real. I'm not talking about, no, at this stage, we don't want just on his level competition. We want better than him. If he says he wants the title, if he's calling out names big and small, which is absolutely stupid, from Tank to AJ, what the word do you actually want to do? Make him fight somebody better than him and see what he can do. Because he's, 12-0 now. At this point in time, we're saying Moses Atuma is needing to move up. We're saying Schofield, it's time for him to move up. And he did just that against Tevin Foreman. Huh? Justice Hooney's 12-0. He fought against Fabio Wardley. Or excuse me, was 12-1 up until he fought against Fabio Wardley. Guess what? Fabio Wardley was that litmus test. We need to see him move. We need to see him work. We got to see him go. We got to see that work speed up. The brother got to do what he need to do. This ain't no situation where you can just sit on your laurels no more. You want to be a champion, you got to be able to put in the work. And Turkey, I don't care what anybody has said, makes every fighter do the work if they want to work with him. He does. There's no cherry-picked fights with Turkey Al-Sheikh. And I'm not trying to ride him. I'm not trying to give him uber props. I ain't paid for the brother. If I was paid by him, I'd be saying the exact same thing. Hey, brother, you better do the same thing you've been doing for everybody else. Because I don't care about who or what you are. I care about what you're doing. And your consistency with making this sport what you said you wanted it to be. You messed that up. I don't care if I'm getting money from you or not. I wish I was, because then I could help pay some bills. But doggone it, I be saying the same stuff. Brother, it don't matter to me. Do what you said you was going to do. Be what you said you were going to be. Change this sport like you say you were going to change it. Because if not, we can go back to Al Heyman. We can go back to Bob Arum. We can go back to Matchroom. We can't go no lower because ain't nobody's working with each other before. And we got to go back to that. Okay, fine. Shoot. We'll go back to the basement. But doggone it, if you're going to change it on a global scale. And no matter who works with you, you keep that same consistency of if you're going to work with me, you're going to work, period. If you're going to team up with me, you're going to be put through a ringer. You're going to have to show how great you are. You're going to have to show what you can do. That's all I'm asking for. Shoot, I'm sorry. I don't mean to go on a tangent, but my gosh. We can't have that. We just can't have it. We got to make sure we keep the standard. Regardless of who we're talking about. Because if not, it can get messed up absolutely. Let me see. I think we're about to wrap it up a little bit because we were at 341. Okay, let me get these last chats in before we go and wrap it up and end this show. Let's see. Oh, Flintlock. Hey, Flint, you subscribe to the channel. Hey, brother. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for joining the Empire. Welcome to the Empire. So glad that you're here. We got another soldier in the army. Yes, sir. We rocking. We rolling. We growing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm Sam. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel and leave a like on the stream if you like what we got going on. And again, please keep on sharing the show. And again, we got the chat working out so I can bring y'all up when y'all do say something. Again, we're going to go through these last couple chats and then we're going to end the show because we almost at 4 hours. And I can go longer, but I don't want to hold you all up as well. But again, I love doing this. I love doing this. Absolutely. But let me keep on reading these last couple chats that I missed earlier on. Okay. Also, Queen, thoughts on Haney moving up to 47? I failed to say that because I got on the Tank Roach thing, bled into Jake Paul. Devin moving up to 147 is great. Love a challenge. Love a test. He looked bad initially. This was his first fight at 147. He looked bad against Jose Ramirez. But as we saw, you can go back in past episodes, Bill Haney admitted that was the game plan. He brought up, he made his son fight like that. And he restrained his ability because he wanted to just get the win and shut the naysayers up because of all that rah-rah. Now, the rah-rah is worse. And you're going up against Brian Norman Jr. The ire is worse. And you're going up against Brian Norman Jr. as a means to shut up what this talk can be. That oh, talk about a test. Talk about a problematic issue. Talk about a danger. Like I said, Haney doesn't duck smoke. Haney, not Bill Haney, can't speak on it. Not going to speak on it. I ain't got nothing to say. But he's the one that initially was like, talks were going great. Talks ain't going great now. We ain't making the fight. But Devin Haney, he don't duck smoke. He fights everybody. He fights everybody, absolutely. So this was expected in terms of, yeah, he'll take on that test. I think he's going to lose. But he's going to take on that test, absolutely. Like Flintlock said, he's going to get knocked out, absolutely. I don't know. Yeah, Ryan did beat him, but Devin's boxing IQ could play a huge factor. And see, here's the issue. He's not using it. He's not using it. That's the fear. He's not using his boxing IQ to the extent that he used to. And I'm going to show you what. Watch. Perfect example. Where's the, let me bring up the thing I had with Shakur. I thought Shakur was on a trail talking about Norman versus Devin Haney. Let me pull it up for you right now. And this will be the last thing, and then we'll end off the show. Shakur versus Shakur Davis take with Ariel Helwani on Devin Haney versus Brian Norman, who he's got winning that fight. And this was his. Wait, let me make sure that y'all can see it. Okay, y'all can see it. Yeah. And this was his reaction, or this was his take on what can happen with Devin Haney versus the likes of Brian Norman Jr.
He's a hell of a fighter.
What about Brian Norman against Devin Haney? What a fight,
That's a hell of a fight, right?
That's a tremendous
I'm
fight.
about to tell y'all my take on it, right?
Okay, tell us.
And everybody gonna think I'm crazy. I like Devin.
You like Devin?
I like Devin.
I don't think you're that crazy.
Everybody think I'm crazy
Really?
when I say
Well,
it.
Norman's coming off an incredible knockout. He's looked great.
Yeah.
Why do you like Haney?
I think Brian Norman is a hell of a fighter. But I think if Devin fight the way that he fought his last fight, and a lot of people may have criticized him, but if he do that, I think Brian Norman lose.
Really?
Yeah.
Just because he'll outbox him, he'll outsmart him.
Won't be able to hit him.
Right.
Yep. He's a hell of a fighter.
What about Brian Norman?
And that right there encapsulates exactly what I've been saying about how Shakur views the sport. He can't fight like he did against Jose Ramirez because he's not going to have the same advantage that he had against Jose Ramirez, which is speed. Brother, if Ryan Garcia, PEDs or not, mind you, nobody knew he had PEDs in his system up until after the fight. I believe it was up until after the fight. So everybody was saying, hey, that was Ryan Garcia. And if there was any way that Ryan would have beat him, it would have been that same way. He did pop dirty. He should be held accountable. He was held accountable. Whether it was his fault or not, he did cheat. Absolutely. I am not dismissing that. But still, it wasn't just the drugs that got him to do what he did against Devin Haney. It was also, he was already that fast. He was. Nothing looked different from the standpoint of that specific performance. And everything that we saw Devin Haney do against others he just wasn't able to do because those same physical advantages were not applicable now because somebody at minimum was his size. Huh? Remember when you say that's a bad example? Y'all remember Jorge Linares? When Jorge Linares fought against him? And he rocked him? Why do you think he rocked him? It wasn't just because, it was a smaller weight class and Linares had some decent pop. It's also because Devin Haney was in range. And normally he's not in range. And Linares was able to actually get to him and make it a rough night because he has some physical gifts that could actually reach Devin Haney. And you mean to tell me that you're going to say you moving around, running around the ring? Again, that wasn't boxing. That was not boxing. It wasn't we weren't criticizing that fight because it was just it was, we don't understand the sport. We were criticizing that fight because it was a bad fight. And it was a situation where Devin Haney did not box. He ran. And because he was faster than Ramirez, he could afford to do it. And there was nothing Ramirez could really do. So yeah, I can skirt around the ring. Not worry about getting cut off. Land a jab. Run. Maybe a 1-2 at some point in time. Not many. And then get out of the way. And then just do that for 12 rounds. Now you can't do nothing with me. Ooh, that's not boxing. That's not boxing at all. And you can't do that against Brian Norman Jr. Because Brian Norman Jr. can cut off the ring. Brian Norman Jr. can catch you. Brian Norman Jr. will hurt you. Brian Norman Jr. won't let you clinch up. I don't think you understand. Everything that Devin Haney would need to do to be able to win fighting that way that he did against Jose Ramirez, against Brian Norman, he can't do. It is not a possibility. It is not an option. It is not able to happen. It's not. The physicality is too great. You cannot deter him with your jab and just straight up boxing. You can't clinch him to stifle his ability to come forward because he will muscle you off of him and then, just like with Ryan Garcia, punch you out of the clinch. He will walk you down and attack the body, which I don't know why more people do. He will be able to control you with his physicality. He won't let you just escape with just being able to use lateral movement. You can't punch him to hurt him. And you cannot fight in the pocket with him when you're forced to brawl. Though we know you'll do it. You did it against Ryan, or you tried to do it against Ryan Garcia when nothing else worked. You did it against Lomachenko when he was able to cut off the ring, close the distance, and force it into an inside war. By what? Attacking the body. Guess what? That's not going to work against Brian Norman Jr. It ain't. It's not. We know it's not. It will break you down and wear you out. There is nothing in your catalog of boxing because of what that boxing prowess is predicated on, which is your physical gifts over an opponent. Speed, size, and length. But when those things are gone now, you ain't got size on Brian Norman. The speed ain't nearly as lengthy for the sense of a disparaging gap as with Brian Norman. Or, excuse me, it's not the wide gap of speed like Ramirez now against Ryan Norman. It's not the same. Physically, it's a wash. Mentally, it might be a wash there too. Because what did we say a couple episodes ago? Bill Haney, training his son like he did, has potentially caused him to lose the confidence in the boxing ability that he had. Because he just wants to shut up the haters, and getting the win is the only thing that matters by any means necessary. So I got to make sure if he's got too much power and the iron's too hot, just stay away. That's not going to be able to work no more. Because also, this is still on a Turkey Al Sheik card. And like I just said earlier, just like with Shakur, Ryan Garcia, just like with Shakur going up against Zepeda, we have Devin Haney in every fight going forward now. Judging may not be the same in terms of you getting the type of respect for the work that you do if it is now seen as running. Because this is a hot conversation and you are at the forefront of that conversation. We and the boxing fans and Turkey himself does not want that to be a means as to why you win. If it's perceived that you ran like you did against Jose Ramirez. Though that was your only instance of doing so, if Shakur is saying that's a valid way of winning, then guess what? That's not how we want you to win. Because again, one, that's not boxing, and two, it doesn't make for a great fight. And three, it doesn't show what you can actually do. It just shows you're faster than the guy. And like we've said before, if somebody does not want to fight you, even if you are better than them, it's hard to catch them. Canelo couldn't knock out Charlo because Charlo wasn't trying to fight. Everything was just defensive. It took 11 rounds for Inoue. Who was the brother? Who was the Inoue for? Inoue fought what was his name? What was his name? Doggone it. Let me pull it up. Paul Butler, that's what I was thinking. Inoue fought Paul Butler. And it took him 11 rounds to knock him out. But still Butler. But the reason why Butler survived was because Butler wasn't throwing for 11 straight rounds. It was just defensive, running around the ring, trying to avoid the power, not throwing anything. Everything was just be safe, be safe, be safe. Block, move back, block, use the ropes, get out the way, get back to the ropes. Use all four corners of the ring. If this was a Samoan strap match, Paul Butler would have beat Inoue. Because he would have touched all four corners of the ring. And the first one to do so. And for my wrestling fans out there, Umaga versus John Cena. Umaga versus CM Punk. Samoan strap match, the early 2000s. Rest in peace to Umaga. But again, that is why it took him so long to get Paul Butler out of there. And Inoue could do everything he wanted to do. And he couldn't get him out. Because Paul Butler just would not stop running. Not boxing. Running. This is Devin Haney, don't fight like that. Because already it's not going to be a way for you can win. It's not going to be a valid way for you to win against Devin Haney, for you to win against Brian Norman. Because Brian Norman, if you fight like you did against Jose Ramirez, he will knock you out that way. You got to box like you did against Kambosos, like you did against Lomachenko. And even then, you're still going to get knocked out. But it'll at least give you a better chance. But on top of that, just like with Shakur, the boxing public and judging now might not let you have the luxury of being able to fight like that against Jose Ramirez. And it be, okay, yeah, you get credit for it. Which again, is a good thing. That's a good thing. But that might be what you do. And the very last point that I'm saying, just like what I said this almost a year ago. The reason why we wanted boxing to change and get away from the Floyd Mayweather style of thinking for how to approach a career where your zero is everything, is because, and you can quote me on this, because I said it before, greatness is always replicated. Whatever is seen as the standard of greatness, that is what's going to be done by the next generation. That's what's going to be seen as that's what I need to do to win. Ali did it and set a precedent. Tyson did it, set a precedent. Sugar Ray Robinson did it, set a precedent. Floyd comes along and does it, sets a precedent. And that precedent is the money over everything. And the undefeated record is the only thing that matters. Over legacy. And now that's how people started moving for all the time up until about 3 years ago. 2023, 2022. More so late 2022 into 2023. They took that and operated in it for upwards of 10 plus years. No big fights, padded records, looking to just garner money but no substance. And everybody adopted the Philly shell. Everybody tried to fight like Floyd. Floyd copycats left, right, and center from heavyweight all the way down to lightweight. We saw it. This ain't a fluke, this is real. It's a pattern. Greatness is always replicated. Take what the greats do and you do it because that's what works. And in and outside the ring, do what they do because that's what works. And with Devin Haney, did I not say that style of boxing, if it is seen as something that is conducive to winning, people will take it and run with it. It's like spamming in a video game. If you're watching a tournament, a fighting tournament, a Tekken fighting tournament, Street Fighter fighting tournament for my gamers out there. You Tekken, Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, whatever one you want to say, Smash Bros. Whatever works at the highest level is going to be done by everybody else. And if it's spam, if it's cheese, Fight Night Champions, perfect example, everybody spams a straight right and sidestep straight, sidestep uppercut, sidestep hook, sidestep whatever, backstep straight. All that gets spammed. And a Philly shell defense, because it's the best thing in the game. The best team in 2K was the Golden State Warriors. Everybody started using the Golden State Warriors once Steph started really coming into his own, especially when KD got there. Everybody used the Miami Heat in 2K when LeBron went to Miami. The easiest path to victory is what's going to be done. And what the greats use, that's what you're going to use. And if the greats use cheese, you're going to use cheese too. Because that's what works. When Devin Haney fights like he does, and he wins, people are going to say, that is a way to win. And that's not good. And they adopt that. And now we see right now, the likes of Shakur Stevenson echoing those same sentiments. Hey, if he fights like he did against Jose Ramirez, Brian Norman can't touch him. Well, no kidding, because he's not trying to fight. He's running. Of course you won't be able to touch him. If you are indeed faster than your opponent, like I said before, if you've got good feet and you can move and you don't want to get hit, of course you're going to be hard to hit. But it's a fight. You got to put yourself in danger. Set up shots with strategy. Jab, move. Jab and move. Hit and not get hit. Swim without getting wet. Not swim by not jumping in the pool. That's the difference. The sweet science is science and sweet. The science part is the technical stuff. Not getting hit, being defensive, making a miss, setting them up. But the sweet stuff is hitting the brother. You can't get a chemical reaction without putting two dangerous elements together. Huh? You can't do it. You got that. Something's got to cause a reaction. It's got to be some level of combativeness amongst the elements that blend and morph into something new. That's what we're saying. But for Shakur and for others in the boxing world, that is not what is the truth. That is not winning formula. That ain't boxing. But what is boxing is whatever it means to win and you don't get touched. They wrongly use Floyd as a means of example, but that's completely a bold-faced lie. Because even Floyd, not even Floyd, Floyd was one of the pinnacles of those monikers of boxing greatly. He was one of the greatest examples of that. But people overlook it because, he just wasn't getting touched. How was he not getting touched? He was sitting in the pocket. He was blocking and catching everything. With that Philly show, he was countering while right in front of you. He was landing shots and walking you down while still being defensively sound. He was able to be in a bladed stance and would go into a squared up stance to put some punishment on you when the opportunities arose. He would use the ropes. Yes, he would pivot and counter. Yes, he would pivot and move. Yes, he would move around the ring. Yes, but he was not just running from the opponent. If you made a mistake, he would always tag you. If you made a mistake, he would counter you consistently. That's boxing. That ain't what Devin Haney's doing or did. But for some reason, Shakur, in all of his technical savantism, he still thinks that is what it means to box. You can't be cut, you can't be touched, and that's the only way to win. Just get the win and come out unscathed. That's not the only way of boxing, and the way he's talking about implementing it is not boxing in the slightest. And he should know this, because whenever he fights at his best, he doesn't fight like the very way that he says Devin Haney should be fighting, as to, you can be untouchable. It's not right. It's not right. It's a shame that it's going down that path, but it just ain't right. It just ain't right at all. Between that, Sugar Ray Robinson, his takes on Inoue, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't get it. It's ridiculous. But that's how he feels. But just know, that is not the way to think about this sport. It's not. That specifically. There's a litany of ways to look at the sport. Look at a litany of ways to look at boxing. There's a litany of ways to look at the sweet science. That is not one of them. That should not be one of them. That cannot be one of them. Because if it is, Shakur is not going to be the only guy that looks at what Devin Haney did against Jose Ramirez and says, that's what it means to box. That's what this sport is about. Because that right there will kill this sport. If everybody starts fighting like that, that will kill the sport. No question about it. It'll kill it. It will definitely kill it. But again, now, good gosh, we've gone into 4 hours. Well, for the 5 people that stayed around for this long, thanks so much for staying around. But we got to get out of here. So with all that being said, this has been another episode of The Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening to the show. I'm sorry we went long, but we had a great time. We had a great conversation. I love doing this with you all. Please leave a like on the stream before you leave. Please leave a like on the stream before you leave. Comment your thoughts and opinions, what you liked or didn't like about the show in the comment section. What this stream is helps with the algorithm. Plus, I love to read your comments and see what you got to say. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Come on and join the empire. Absolutely. Hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube. Be sure to share the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire together. And also, be sure to dang it. If you want to give to the show, Cash App, PayPal, links in the description. It's the only way we can make some money right here. So if you want to help keep the lights on and help invest in the show, this is the best way to do it. Cash App, PayPal, up until we get monetization and super chats. Then if y'all want to give, you can give. Again, anything we'll do, we appreciate it. We're just trying to make this show bigger and better. It's what I do for a job right now. So hey, I love it, but I gotta make a living somehow. So I don't want to beg, I don't want to plead, but please, 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 give me some dough. But again, just a little bit of humor. That's all. But in all seriousness, be safe, be blessed. Podcasts are going to be up. End of the day, we're going to be back on Friday talking more about the world of boxing and beyond, getting ready for Saturday. And it's going to be a full-blown championship rounds. Whatever you wanted to discuss, We can discuss it. You all control that show. So be back here, same time, same place, 12 o'clock, 12:30. We're going to have ourselves a time. Absolutely. So I've been Jean-Luc Welch. Y'all have been wonderful. Peace and love. Oh, we are out of here. Yes, sir. We are going to see you all on Friday.